words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And happy Halloween. Welcome to our Halloween edition of the Texas Vanderbilt tailgate, a free-for-all football Friday, right here on Chip and Zay. Holding it down in the midday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, I thought about dressing up as the Texas offensive line because I thought that would be really super scary. But I went with my man Amon-Ra St. Brown. My brother from another mother. So,
oh man, see that's why you and I click. That's why this show works, because we're the laziest Halloween folks you're gonna find. We're participating, but you just going in the closet and picking out your Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey and calling yourself Amon-Ra is hilarious. As you see, I'm wearing the backwards hat. Nothing else has changed, just the backwards hat. So I'm going as the Black Fred Durst. Shout out to Limp Bizkit. Shout out to Limp Bizkit.
I thought you were going Tony Romo.
I could be that too. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just put a hat on, but Fred Durst, that sounds better. You know, that's my guy. I used to jam that old school Limp Bizkit back in the day. Yeah.
I love it.
Days. You'll never wake up. Everything is up. Everybody sucks. Fred Durst went hard, man. Fred Durst went hard. So, yeah. Shout out to Fred. I hope he's not canceled because, you know, nowadays. Oh, it has to be red? I thought it was just a hat in general. Troy, you know what? We ain't worried about that. Just act like it's red. I don't know what to tell you. Black Fred Durst it is. That's all I got for you.
Black Fred Durst.
Yeah, man. Rolling.
There you go.
Rolling.
This is the last thing I thought I'd be getting today. My man say is the Black Fred Durst.
Spare the moment. You know,
that is
a Halloween guy, but I gotta find something. This is what I came up with. So
that's awesome.
It's creative, personally.
So today is Halloween. There have been some pretty big football games played on Halloween. And I think back to 1998. I'm in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nebraska has a 47-game home winning streak. And here comes Texas. Ricky Williams up into a cold and blustery Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska. And what happens? My man, Brian White. Anyone remember Brian White? Number 1. He was rocking number 1. Major Applewhite to Brian White. Helped Texas claw back into this game. And then Major Applewhite hits Wayne McGarity for the game-winning touchdown and gets a concussion on the play. And Texas scores the 2016 win. And that was Mac Brown's signature win that season. 2016 win over number 7 Nebraska. And the Nebraska fans clapped and cheered as Texas walked off the field. Like, Nebraska fans are the absolute best. Like Ricky said, you know, he put his helmet on. He figured they'd be nasty on their way off the field, and Nebraska fans were applauding Ricky in Texas, and that was a cool moment. That was a moment I've probably never seen since. And yeah, man, that was a big win for Mac in year one.
That's crazy. Like to clap for the opposing team. You don't get many home games each year. And I guess those Nebraska folks, they won so much. They respect somebody that beat them every once in a while during that era.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were one of them top dogs. So, yeah, very classy showing by them Cornhusker folk.
Yeah, Ricky ran for 150 yards.
Easy. That's light.
37 carries, 150 yards.
37 carries. See, man, that's
what?
37 carries, man. That's wild stuff. I dig it. I get the era. Like, that's just how it was. You had that bell cow, and if he was Heisman worthy and Hall of Fame worthy, like the great 34 was, then yeah, you give him the ball 37 times in that type of big game. Like big time players play in big time games. So I feel Mac for giving it to Ricky 37 times. This is the last year you got him. You only had him for 1 year. Like,
oh yeah, and Ricky wanted all that. He wanted all that business. He was trying to break records, and he did, obviously. Yeah, Ricky said that was some of the hardest running he had to do because Nebraska's defense was still the black shirt defense back then. And it was 1 year after Texas had knocked off Nebraska for the Big 12 title game and knocked them out of playing for a national championship. So everyone just expected Nebraska to take it out on Texas. Texas had lost early in that season to UCLA. And, you know, Texas had 2 losses going into that game. Nebraska was a favorite in the game. Yeah, Texas had lost to UCLA and K-State, both top 10 teams. And yeah, man, that was a hell of a game. And it turned out that, you know, Texas went 9-1 against Nebraska in their time together in the Big 12.
It's crazy.
Nebraska could never figure it out. I mean, and some of those games were the craziest. I mean, the Big 12 title game in 2009.
Oh, man.
And Ndamukong Suh's throwing Colt McCoy around like a rag doll, sacked him 4.5 times.
He was so tough. He was so dirty, though.
Oh, Nebraska.
I know that's your boy. He was dirty as hell.
Oh, and Ndamukong?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was dirty as hell.
Oh, and he was, I mean, they sacked Colt 9 times that day. I don't know how Colt was still standing because they literally, at one point, Ndamukong slung him about 5 yards across the field. And I think back to that last drive, man. He hit Jordan Shipley for a 19-yard pass. Texas couldn't move the ball all day. And he hits Jordan Shipley for a 19-yard pass, and Larry Asante horse collars him. So it's a 15-yarder on top. So it's a 34-yard play. And that got him down into the field goal range. And then Colt lost track of where the clock was in Jerry World because it's hard to find the play clock. He throws a pass out of bounds that he should have just rifled out of bounds instead of it like carried a long way. They had to go back and review it to make sure it hit because the clock doesn't stop till the ball hits. They put 1 second back on the clock, and Hunter Lawrence hits the biggest 46-yard field goal you've ever seen, and Bo Pelini and Nebraska are losing their minds.
That game was so ugly, man.
Oh,
that game was brutal. That was a tough watch.
That was tough.
Yeah.
Nebraska's kicker, their offense was the worst. Like, Nebraska's offense was so terrible. I felt bad for Ndamukong Suh. Like, Colt should have won the Heisman in 08. In 09, Ndamukong Suh should have won it. And their offense was so bad, Nebraska's, that their MVP was their kicker, Alex Henry, who ended up kicking 4 field goals in that game for Nebraska, gave him that 12-10 lead. And
their MVP was a kicker in that game, not all year.
Well, he should have been for the whole year because that dude was all their points. Their offense was so bad. And that game, oh, man. I mean, I don't have to. Anyone who saw it knows just how nerve jangling that thing was, because Texas had the national championship on the line.
Yeah. And
it looked like it was going to dissolve. And then Max walking around with that one up. 1 second. There's 1 second left. And he got it. And Hunter Lawrence put that ball just inside the left upright. And Texas was moving on to the biggest nightmare national championship game of Mac's life.
Okay. Do we have to get into that?
No, but they got there. They got there. And don't forget, Texas was only down 3 in that game with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left. All hell broke loose. Garrett Gilbert got strip sacked. And Alabama punched in a couple of scores to make it look like they won big, but they didn't. The final score was 37-21, but it was a 3-point game with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left. Eric Anders, remember him? He got the strip sack on Garrett Gilbert. Then he went on to become a UFC fighter and fought on a lot of like pay-per-view cards. Yeah.
Still
Eric Anders.
It takes a crazy SOB to go on and do that, but it takes a crazy SOB to play football at a high level. So not too far off.
Yeah.
But
okay, how about this? So they're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 05 national championship team tomorrow. How about some favorite memories from the 05 season? Favorite players, favorite plays, favorite games. You tell us about your favorite memories from the 2005 national championship season. Because it started off, I mean, they beat Louisiana Lafayette 60-3, but then they went to Ohio State in that game. Woo! Texas got up 10-0 in that game. Old Jim Tressel started Justin Zwick at quarterback.
Good move, Jim. That's a good move, Jim.
Good move, Jim.
Good move.
Zwick had gone 23 of 25 passing the week before in a rout of some tomato can. And Texas got up 10-0. And then he brought in Troy Smith. And Ohio State outscored Texas 22-6 in the second and third quarters. If not for Cedric Griffin knocking the ball out of tight end Ryan Hamby's hands, Texas would have gone down double digits. And, man, Vince Young leading that final drive. Limas Swede, biggest catch of his life. Tough catch. Double covered.
Yeah.
Limas.
What injuries did he have in the league?
Limas?
Yeah, he had something, right? Because
but
better.
I remember talking to Bruce Arians about Limas, and he was like, he doesn't have that killer.
Oh, man. What has Bruce done without Tom Brady? I ain't trying to hear that.
He won Super Bowls with Ben Roethlisberger.
As what? The
Oh,
coordinator?
OC, yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, we'll give him credit for that. Well, I'm talking about what he do without Tommy Boy. Come on, Bruce.
This is what he told me.
You work
He
with
said,
that.
this is what he told me. He said, we got it right drafting Santonio Holmes.
Was that
We
the
got
same
it
year?
wrong. Huh?
Was that the same year?
No, I think he was the next year. But they took Lima Sweet in the second round. And not much.
See, man, they messed that up. They messed that up. I'm not trying to hear that. Coaches make mistakes too. You know, coach
yeah.
has right. They don't put them in the right situation. We've been talking about it with Steve Sarkisian and the personnel that he has and him calling plays that doesn't necessarily fit the personnel at times,
Right.
which makes you question his philosophy and why a lot of people have been questioning, should he be the one calling plays? So it's happened to the greatest. We've questioned a lot of Bill Belichick's decisions. Still doing it now. That's for damn sure. So yeah, when coaches, you know, I'm a coach's son too, so I'm gonna praise coaches when I can, but also I'm gonna keep it real about coaches too. Some coaches, they miss on guys because whatever the case may be, the thing that they do to try to push the buttons to get the most out of that player, they don't know that
Well,
because
hey,
it's not the same for every player.
Texas got the most out of Limas.
Yeah, like
that was huge. Now, so we're asking for favorite memories from 2005. This one is actually from 2004. So VY was facing 4th and 18 at Kansas against Mark Mangino's Jayhawks. Jayhawks were not very good, but Texas went up there in 04 and they couldn't get anything going in this game. And KU had a linebacker named Nick Reed, who was a tackling machine, really good player. And this was right as Kansas was starting to, like, they would end up going and winning an Orange Bowl in 07 with my man Sparky at quarterback, former Lake Travis Todd Reesing, former Lake Travis catcher.
Why you call him Sparky?
Because that's what Mangino called him. Todd Reesing sent videotapes out to everybody trying to get a sniff. And it was like his aunt's friend's dog knew Mangino, and somehow he got the tape and he was like, come on up here. So Todd Reesing went up there, rest is history. But in 04, Texas couldn't get out of their own way. It's 4th and 18 from their own 22. No, from their own whatever it was. And VY ends up running for 22 yards. And about 9 yards into the run, he gives Nick Reed the okey doke. What VY called the Texas two-step after the game. Had to give him a little Texas two-step.
Yeah.
And so he gets the first down and ends up hitting Tony Jeffrey with the game-winning touchdown with like 21 seconds left in the game. Truly ridiculous. Super nerve-wracking for Texas fans, but they'll never forget it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that one.
No, I remember that one in Lawrence.
Yeah, you were like 12.
Yeah. That's when I liked Kansas uniforms, man. They had those dark blues. Those were fire, even though they weren't winning nothing. But, yeah, I remember that. Definitely had you on your toes. By the way, CB, he sent me that clip of when the guys were talking about VY losing the Heisman, Jonathan Scott. and how happy they were that he lost the Heisman because they knew the type of dog they were going to get in the national championship game. Check it out.
Go back and watch the video when they announced the Heisman Trophy winner.
Reggie Bush.
When Vince gets pissed, he goes into this moment to where he just kind of, and he just looks up. And when he did that, it's literally, oh, shit. That's the only thing you can say is, oh, shit, he's pissed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I was there. And VY went out the back door.
You didn't even get to talk to him afterwards?
We talked to him for like a second. I mean, it was abbreviated. And it was at the Hard Rock Cafe, Hard Rock whatever, in Times Square. Not the New York Athletic Club like it was in 98 for Ricky. And VY was, oh, you could tell how pissed he was. He said the right things. He's like, happy for Reggie. And then, I mean, people asked him, you disappointed? He's like, yeah. Yeah. And I've never seen VY like that. Never seen him. Like, you could tell he was out of his mind. And Jonathan Scott's right, because once he left, apparently, according to teammates, VY was like, it's on. And they all were like, oh, it's on. Oh, it's already been brought in. And I'll never forget, the worst thing ever was USC played Fresno on a Thursday night. And Reggie had the game of his life.
Yeah.
He had the joystick moves.
Yeah.
And Texas had to go play A&M, a tough A&M team. And it was kind of a ugly game. The weather was bad. Vince didn't look good. And I was like, this is unreal. These voters are looking for a reason to split the tie. And Reggie, in his last game before the vote, looked like a Marvel character. And VY was down there in Aggie land in the rain, slogging out a 40-29 win.
Yeah, wasn't Fresno State ranked higher than A&M at the time? Like, Fresno State was ranked like 20-something back then. I don't know if A&M was. I don't remember that being a good A&M team. I may be wrong, but
yeah, it was a 50-40. Yeah, Fresno was 16th.
Oh, yeah.
And A&M was unranked.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and Reggie, it was ridiculous. He ran for 294 yards.
Yeah, that's it.
And he caught 3 passes for 68 yards. Like, he accounted for almost 400 yards of offense. And, he had 2 touchdowns rushing, but it was the runs were spectacular. He had that stop move along the sideline where the guy goes flying by him, and so that was now, depending on your viewpoint, Texas fans are like, oh, I'm glad he lost. He shouldn't have lost, because he was the most valuable. He was the best player and the most valuable player in college football. Because if you took Reggie Bush off that USC team, they're still undefeated. They got Lendell White, Matt Leinart, Dwayne Jarrett. You take Vince Young off the Texas team, they lose to Ohio State. They,
lose to Oklahoma State.
They might have lost to Oklahoma State. And, who knows what happens against A&M. But, yeah, VY. And then he proved it. He proved it in the national championship game. I mean, he ran for 200 yards. He threw, what was he, 30? 30 of 40 passing. I mean, dude was unbelievable. And this after what he did against Michigan the year before and then said, we'll be back.
No, that was tough. I'm all about calling your shot for the next season. My man Pat Riley did that for the Lakers, 87 parade. He looked at everybody downtown Los Angeles, said, and we'll be back to do it again. And they came back in 88 and won that thing again. VY doing that, that's big time. Like, now he's special, you know. I love Vermont's Taylor, man. I feel like I've told the story before. First time I saw Vermont's Taylor wasn't even on the football field. It was on the basketball court when he was at Belton. And this dude was doing like 360s and Vince Carter type dunks, like no BS. I was like, Isaiah, you could exaggerate Vince Carter. Like, it looked like that. Like, as a 11, 12-year-old kid, it looked like he was just gliding out there. And then somebody was like, told my pops, like, yeah, this basketball ain't even his main sport. And my dad was like, what? Excuse me? Because this is a D1 basketball player right here. What are you talking about? Basketball ain't his first sport. And obviously all the trouble that Ramonce Taylor had, I hate that for him. He's definitely doing great now. Good for him. But, yeah, man, he was one of my favorite players. I thought he was so cold. I thought you could put him anywhere on the field and he would just dominate. Like, could catch, fast as I don't know what, tough. Like, you don't make cats like that no more, Chip.
Do you ever put your hand up next to his?
No. I don't think I'm
Huge.
a person. Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. When he was jumping and stuff, he had the ball way back here and shit. He was doing all this and stuff with the ball, and that makes sense. That makes sense. He had
he had oven mitts for hands.
Yeah.
I mean, massive. I think he had, I want to say he had over 10.5-inch hands.
Man.
But yeah, he
I hope
was.
he's there tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, let me text him and see.
Yeah. I was Belton. What the hell? They ain't no brothers like this in Belton. What the hell's going on? That dude, easily the greatest athlete in Belton history. Not even close. Yeah, I think he had the gold teeth too, CB. You know, he had the grill. Yeah, that dirty South grill.
So, Lamar Jackson, like, is that a grill or is that?
It's a grill. Yeah, that's a grill. Talk about cold. Things he was doing last night. That boy cold. If he could just ever get over that playoff hump, you know, a lot of the greats dealt with it. Just can't get over it. You got to have a good team, man. Got to be in the right place, right time. Mark Andrews screwed them last year. Now everybody's saying, oh, the Ravens, they going to roll. They going to start, basically just went out to steal the division, which is wide open. Like the Steelers, they don't really want it. Steelers, you know, they be BSing. They don't really want it like that. So, yeah, if you're the Ravens, you're feeling good. Beat the crap out of Mike McDaniel and them. Mike McDaniel, he looks so sad, man.
Oh,
he looks bad. He looks, which is crazy how things could change because people were praising that look 2 years ago. You remember that, Chip? You know, him, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek, you know, Tua, they were rolling, putting up high numbers. Just going crazy, putting up crazy stats.
Well, they had a good defense too. They had, you know, Christian Wilkins in the middle of the defensive line, Brandon Jones. They had some dudes, and then little by little, those guys all got traded out. They had Minka.
Yeah.
Minka went back to Pittsburgh. Jalen Ramsey, he left. It was weird. It was like a fire sale. And now they look broken.
Yeah. They need to leave Quinn Ewers in there. I don't know why they're wasting their time with Tua at this point. Throw Quinn in there. Like now it's time to get a draft pick. Like, let's quit BSing around like with Tua, like you're gonna win games. I don't know why Mike McDaniel still has a job. Like all these other coaches are getting canned. Oh, Callahan, he got the boot like 5 weeks in down there in Nashville. Just smooth got the boot. Like, damn, only been here a year and a half. Like, cut a guy some slack. Like Cam Ward, what am I supposed to do with Cam Ward right now? The dude just got here. Can I build something with this guy? They were like, nah, kick rocks. Kick rocks, bro. And Mike McDaniel out here still living it up. South Beach, man. I know that house should have been on sale a long time ago. But
Roy says the comeback against Oklahoma State in 05. Now
that's a comeback.
That was crazy because I was at that game, and we know that Texas got into this situation where they were falling behind Oklahoma State in the first half of games. They were down 35-7 against Oklahoma State in 04, came back and won. They were down 28-9 to Oklahoma State in 05, and they scored 38 unanswered points. And at one point, let me see here. Texas had outscored Oklahoma State in the second half of those two games in 04 and 05, like 113-0. And VY comes out first drive of the second half and had that 80-yard run, the pump fake on DeJuan Woods. And Rod Wright said after the game, he was like, I took a deep breath. I was like, okay, we're okay. We're okay. And Texas just rolled from there. VY had a 8-yard touchdown run after that. He hit Neil Tweedy for a 21-yard touchdown pass. Ramontz Taylor had a 57-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter and then a 12-yard touchdown run. And this after, I think Ramontz fumbled early in the game. It led to a touchdown. Like everything that could go wrong was going wrong early. And VY had an interception in the first quarter that they turned into a touchdown. Ramontz's fumble was in the second quarter. They turned that into a touchdown. So
it was one of those that jumped on VY on that pump fake, DeJuan Woods.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I bet you that homie still has PTSD moments where he just randomly walking down the street with his wife and kids, and all of a sudden he just go,
Daddy, what's wrong? Oh, sorry.
He has to, man, because he bit hard. Like, man.
And then everyone started doing that.
Yeah.
Everyone started pump faking, past the line of scrimmage.
Oh, yeah. 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 So smooth, man. He just glided down that sideline.
Well, and so David Keith Williams says Vince Young was the unprecedented leader and best player on the 05 team that was filled with players that composed the most talented collection of Texas players ever. You heard Michael Griffin yesterday say that Vince Young was the best player he's ever seen in college. And hard to argue.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy just made plays. Think about that Michigan Rose Bowl. It was back and forth, man. I mean, Texas goes up, then Michigan, Texas, and VY's running. He had a 60-yard touchdown run in that game. He had a 40-yard touchdown run. He had 192 yards rushing in that game. And Texas still needed a last-second field goal from Dusty Mangum to win it, and the ball went right through the Michigan safety Shazor's hands. Like, he's up like this, and the ball goes right between his hands and through the uprights. That was when Mac was out there telling him, "You lucky SOB, you're going to kick the game-winning field goal in this." And it worked.
Yeah.
Dusty did it. But that game was insane. I'll never forget Lloyd Carr after the game. He's like, "What are we supposed to do? You know, Vince Young runs out of the pocket and he's running parallel to the line of scrimmage. You got to come up and account for him, and then he just throws it over your head." He did it all game.
Yeah.
VY was like, "Yeah, nobody's stopping me."
No, he was an impossible guard. Like, he just got out of any situation. You blitz him, he'd get out of it. You don't blitz him, he'd get out of it. Like, it just didn't matter. And he never got hit hard. There was never a moment where I was like, "Oh my gosh, he ain't gonna get up." Like, there was never those moments. I felt like that with Quinn his whole career. every time Quinn Ewers got hit, I was like, "Oh, get up, Quinn, get up." Every time VY got hit, it was like barely anything. They kind of wrestled him down, and he'd be smart, and when he knew it was it, he'd go down. But yeah, he never got hit hard. Like, that's one of the biggest things I remember about him.
And it was Donovan Woods.
Donovan Woods. Okay,
Chris Bennett, world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Thank you. Donovan Woods, the one who got pump faked. There were three: Rashawn, DeJuan, and Donovan Woods.
They were all brothers?
Oh, yeah. Rashawn was a savage receiver.
My man B Nasty said he said it first, so he wants his credit on the.
Oh, B Nasty. Thanks, B Nasty.
Line 512-222-9328. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, B Nasty.
Yeah. That so in 2003, they're playing K-State, and VY comes in, and he got his ankle rolled up, and it was bad. And I'm like, "Oh, this is bad." And he came back into the game, and that's when I was like, "This guy's made of polyurethane." Because you're right. There were only a couple times where it looked like he had ankle injuries. It never stopped him. The guy just was, and he set up runs like a running back. So he was just a terrible nightmare for defenses, because he would get you leaning, and then he would just juke you at 6'5".
Yeah. Yeah. And he didn't look fast, but he was fast as hell. And he would always just have breakaway speed. And it's just the long strides of just.
Yeah, he was covering 10 yards in 2 strides.
Yeah, guys were like this. BY's just.
BY's like this.
I'm like, this dude, man. Screw you, Jeff Fisher. Sorry. Excuse me.
No, let it out.
Yeah, man. Jeff Fisher. What the hell are we doing? How do you mess that up? How do you not want that, for one? Like, how do you, like, if I'm looking at that, I'm saying, "Oh, yeah, this is our guy. We're about to change the NFL." Like, if VY was in a different era, like now, he would have thrived, because the mobile quarterback, that's what's hot. Those dual threat guys, that's what's popping right now, because these defenses, they've gotten that much better. Everybody's gotten that much faster. people weren't seeing that back then. Everybody was looking at, Manny, and everybody was looking at Tom and saying, okay, this is it. We need a guy that just strictly pocket passer for our offense. And it's like, y'all were so stupid back then. Like, what are y'all doing? A talent like that, you make it work.
Right.
Like Michael Vick was showing you the blueprint. Now you got a 6'5" version. Like,
remember when he went down to Houston and played the Texans the first time? And I covered that game, and VY ends up scoring, the go-ahead touchdown, and he threw the ball into the wall after he scored, and it was like this, he just wanted that win so bad, and he got it. And it was his message to the Texans of, you passed on me, so you're going to pay. And Texans fans were moribund. They're like, how could you not take Vince Young? And they took
Mario
Williams, right? The defensive end.
Yeah.
And he had a good career.
Yeah.
And the Texans had David Carr, who just got sacked all the time. I mean, they couldn't protect him, but yeah. And
it couldn't all just been the cheesecake and the 1942. What was he popping? What were they popping in the club we just talked
Louis
about?
the 14th.
Yeah, Louis the 14th. I always get that mixed up. It could have been just that.
Well, he was 31 and 19 as a starter, right?
Yeah,
he went to the Pro Bowl as a rookie.
Like, something happened in the locker room, right, where he got into it.
Well, after Steve McNair, I know he replaced McNair at quarterback for the Titans, which was awkward, but McNair went to the Ravens and he
was good.
And he kept tutoring and mentoring VY, and then McNair got killed.
Yeah.
And that didn't help VY. That really messed him up because McNair was his guy.
Yeah, big bro.
That was big. That was a turning point. And yeah. And that 03, CB brings up the Holiday Bowl and how that almost changed everything. I'll never forget that. So Vince gets benched in the Holiday Bowl. They bring in Chance Mock. And it was a terrible game plan from the beginning because Washington State was super fast and you needed to attack them right up the middle. Like, they ran a draw play to Victor Ike. It went for 70 yards. Like, where was that the whole game? But VY gets benched, and I call his uncle, Keith, and I'm driving from San Diego to LA because I'm going to cover the Rose Bowl with USC and Michigan. USC's going for the national championship. And Keith's like, VY was pissed, understandably. And Keith said he told him, you're going to go into Mac's office and you're going to say, what do I have to do to be the guy so that you never do that again? You never take me out of another game again. And that, I was like, okay, he's got some good people around him. He's getting good advice. VY came back with a vengeance in 04, and they lost that game to OU, and then he never lost another game. So it was impressive. He came back on a mission, and I hated the game plan in that OU game in 04. It was super conservative, and they lost 12-0. And I remember asking after the game, I'm like, did y'all tell the players you were going to be conservative? Like, you can take the fire out of people. And Mac was so mad. And because he thought it was, the only game plan that gave him a chance, and was like, you got Vince Young, man. Like, you need to let him cook.
Yeah. No, that's one thing I love about Matt Brown. He will admit when he made mistakes. Like, you hear him on podcast now with VY and Babalu, like, he talks about former experiences as a coach and says, I would have done this different. If I would have known what I know now, I would have done this different. And I admire that, because a lot of coaches, they'll ride with whatever they did back in 1983 or whatever the hell they had a mistake. They'll ride with that, just because they're so proud. They're so prideful. And Mac, even though he's also proud and prideful, he's also realistic about things and knows that, hey, I've been coaching for a long time, learned from a lot of people. I've taught a lot of people a lot of stuff. Like, I can keep learning. I can keep growing as a coach. And I'm sure that game was one of those ones where he was like, yeah, never again. So.
Well, when they got to the OU game in 2005 and opened that can of whoop ass, and, they're standing in the locker room, playing some gangster rap as OU's coming out of their locker room, and Texas is sitting there dancing, watching OU. Like, OU was like, oh, this is different. This is different. And by the end of it, they were telling OU exactly where they were going to run the ball. That was their thing. Like, as that season went on, they were telling teams, hey, 64, we're coming right at you. Hey, 54, we're coming right there. And then they would, and then they'd score, and it was like demoralizing. They did it at Missouri that year. They beat Missouri 51-20. They were doing it to OU. I mean, it was impressive, man. They were a force. And then to have it come down to that game with USC and be down 12 with 3:42 left and get it done. You heard Michael Griffin yesterday. VY's like, give me one stop. Give me one stop. Give me one more chance. They get the stop. Rest is history.
Rest is history. Yeah. I love the story he told Mike when he said Mac came into the locker room, VY was talking, turned right back around and left. Like, that's how good the leadership was overall. Like, you're not even making halftime speeches, man.
Yeah, he said that VY yelled, we know what the fuck to do. And Mac turned around and walked out. I mean, and I know some people were making fun of me because I was calling Mac Snoop Mac that year. And they're like, that's the whitest thing I've ever heard. But
yeah, you were wilding for that.
But Mac was showing up to practice with his hat slung, ace deuce, and is pulling his shorts down low on his hips. Brian Robinson told me that story, and I was just cracking up. I mean, Mac was having the time of his life.
Yeah.
He was having so much fun. He was in such a good mood that whole year. And he said afterward, he's like, that's the easiest year I've ever had in coaching. Players ran it. Players ran everything. And that's what you want. That's when it's good. I mean, I feel like Clark Lee's kind of been riding that wave a little bit. I think he's so comfortable with his players and how responsible they are, how accountable they are, that this is going to be a super tough game tomorrow for Texas at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
they're going to have to grind. Texas is going to have to dig deep. I mean, they did obviously dug deep last week. I'm not saying they didn't. They did. But this is going to be a different kind of grind. Because Vanderbilt, you can get Pavia to, you got to get him feeling rushed. Alabama did a good job of that. And he turned it over twice in the red zone. Like that game had a chance to be really tricky for Bama. But Pavia turned it over twice. He fumbled. And if you can get him to make those kind of mistakes, man, you can put doubt in that team's mind. That's what we saw against Alabama.
Yeah, I don't know when was the last time he had a 200-yard passing game against an SEC opponent.
Right.
Like, they're not trying to throw. Like, they want to get you with the passing game because the run game is so established because of what Young and Alexander do and just that RPO stuff and the design run for Pavia, which I think is going to be a lot tomorrow. I really do. I think Clark Lee knows that they're going to need that just magic from Diego Pavia to play that sandlot backyard football that he's so famous for, because Texas, they got to be locked in on just flying around. Like, that's why I called out Leonga LaFowl and Ty Anthony Smith. This has to be a big-time bounce-back game for those two. I know Zero's going to bring it. I ain't worried about Zero. Like, he's
keep him near the line. Put him at strong side linebacker. Keep him near the line. Keep him in that mix. Don't play him a weak side linebacker as much because teams have been scheming him. They get him matched up on the slot and get him in coverage, and that's not where you want Anthony Hill. So they played him at strong side linebacker a lot last week, the last 2 weeks really, and that's why we're seeing his numbers soar. He's got 22 tackles in the last 2 games. 4.5 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks, an interception, a forced fumble. Like, the guy you got to keep him near the line.
And that might make sense to why Ty Anthony Smith and Leonga LaFowl have struggled a little bit, because just maybe they're out of position with trying to put Anthony Hill in the right position. So it's kind of tick for tack where you gotta, pick your poison there. But yeah, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt wants to win tomorrow. He's going to have to be the man like he's been ever since he stepped on campus in Nashville.
Yeah. All right. Let me get a quick mention in here for the Sleep Cycle Center before we get to our man, John McClain. Sleep Cycle Center, guys. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It's a sign of a potential serious health issue called sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. So you don't know what you don't know. And that's why you go get a sleep study. And the Sleep Cycle Center right here in Austin, in Lakeway, at the Arboretum, Dr. Chad Denman has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. He's got the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options. So take care of yourself and take advantage of this incredible partnership we have with the Sleep Cycle Center. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Do it for yourself. Do it for the person sleeping next to you. They will thank you later, and you will be taking care of yourself the way you should. All right, let's bring in the general, John McClain, who's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of pro football. And he's got all these other incredible talents. He's an actor, Screen Actors Guild member, and the voice of reason in Houston sports. John, how you doing?
I'm great. Let me say something about the ad you just did for Sleep Cycle Centers. Is that right?
Yes.
As someone who went for a sleep study in 2016, because I was miserable. I was falling asleep all the time, taking cat naps, snoring like crazy. Remember Reggie White died from sleep apnea. It's the first time I'd ever heard the term used. So I've been sleeping with a mask since 2016. And there's certain, you can have surgery to have it corrected, but I don't go anywhere without my mask. And I'm so glad that I went to get that sleep study. And so is my wife, because she's about to kick me out of the house because every time I snored, the walls shook.
Yeah. 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 I've got an oral appliance that I wear. Mouth guard holds my lower jaw open. And I don't go anywhere without it. Nowhere without it.
Let me say something right quick about the Longhorns game. So I did my weekly video with Mattress Mac here, and Mac asked me what I was going to.
Jim Mackingvale.
Jim Mattress Mac Mackingvale, although nobody knows who the hell Jim Mackingvale
That's
is.
true.
They only know Mattress Mac. You can see his video for Gallery Furniture during every Longhorns home game. But he asked me what I thought about this game, and I said I think the Longhorns will win it decisively. And I've told several people that on shows, and they're like, and I tell them a story. When I was a kid, I was 11 years old when Baylor came to Austin, chance to win the Southwest Conference, and they lost 7-3 when Duke Carlisle, quarterback safety back when they played two ways, intercepted quarterback Don Trull in the end zone. And I cried for a week. And my dad told me, he said, John Craig, if you're going to be a Baylor fan, there's something you're going to have to get used to in life. And he said, it's death, taxes, and Texas. And I've thought about that when I saw the Longhorns almost lose at Kentucky, almost lose at Mississippi State. And what does the football world come to when we're talking about the possibility of Vanderbilt beating the University of Texas in Austin before 105,000 people? And I just think what we saw at the end of the game in the fourth quarter from Arch Manning, and I'm assuming he's going to play, although that kid that took his place has made 2 great passes this year through that perfect fade pass. But I think what we saw from the Longhorns at the end is what we're going to see more consistently. And I think it was that game where I was tweeting, we've just seen Arch Manning's footballs dropped. He's reached puberty as a quarterback. And I think that's what you're going to see. They're not going to play him if he's having any after effects from the concussion. I'll tell you something's weird. I'm watching it. He clearly hit his head on the ground. One guy kind of drove his head in the ground, and the announcers never said anything about a concussion, possible concussion. And I'm waiting, guys, did you not see what we've all seen multiple times? He's got a concussion, and weren't they looking at his wrists or something? So I expect the Longhorns will win this game. They will get a lot of respect back. And I tell you what, those last 2 games that everybody complained about, all my Longhorn friends, oh, the world's coming to an end. We barely beat Kentucky. We barely beat Mississippi State. And I said, well, you could be like Baylor and lose the last 2 games. And they're like, Baylor. Nobody's ever mentioned us in the same sentence with Baylor unless we're playing them. And so I think the Longhorns are going to bounce back. And I think the Longhorns, then, of course, I do think they're going to lose. Well, I can't say that now. They may look real good from here on out. But as you guys know, the Aggies look so good. Now they get a week off to think about it.
Yeah, what do you think of the Aggies, John? I mean, their defense has given up some points, but they keep winning these games.
Marcel Reed ought to be in the conversation for the Heisman Trophy. And I don't know why he hasn't been more prominent. I think now he's higher than he has been because of what they did at LSU. Not many teams can say they go on a road, annihilate a team, and they cost a head coach and an athletic director their jobs. But that's what the Aggies done. I've watched a lot of Aggie games this year. I've watched a lot of Longhorn games. And A&M is good enough to win the national championship. And because they're loaded on both sides of the ball, they got a great quarterback who can run and he can throw, and he's got experience. So they got a chance. And I'm not writing off the Longhorns because Texas has talent, although I still think their offensive line is going to be an issue, which is going to hurt the running game. And, of course, protection for Arch Manning. But I think Texas' defense is going to step up in a big way against Diego Pavia. And they're going to throw a net over him, and they're going to win the game.
Well, that's what Texas fans want to hear.
Well, what do I know? I picked it. No, I tell you what I know. I know the Texans, when I pick the Texans to lose, they lose. And I'm picking the Texans to lose Sunday to Denver here. And no, that's not true. Last week I picked them to lose the 49ers, and they won. So I haven't gotten them all right. But tell you what, I know you guys feel this way. I can't remember a college season now, unless Baylor was doing great for Baylor, that I've enjoyed more than this one. Haven't gotten my hopes up for Baylor on anything, so I can't be disappointed. And I'm assuming Aranda's going to get fired. And I'd like to see him hire Eric Morris at North Texas. But because I don't have a dog in a hunt, I have loved this season and all the chaos created by NIL and the portal. While it's amazing what goes on, it's an incredible season. Going to 12 teams in the playoff, I didn't like it. Now I love it. Just like when they went to 64 in the NCAA, I thought, what, they're crazy. And now I love it. I think it is great. I think it's great for college football. We don't have a dynasty unless the Ohio State wins another national championship. It is a great time to be a college football fan. I get up, I start watching game day at 8. I tape the big noon kickoff, and when game day goes to a commercial, I switch over, and then I watch college games all morning till end of the night. University of Houston, Willie Fritz, 7-1. They're going to beat West Virginia, U of H, 8-1 they're going to be. You don't hear anybody talking about Willie Fritz and the Cougars, but that's made it even more exciting here. And even the Rice Warriors, 4-4. So we got some good college football here. We have mediocre NFL football. But boy, college football is just incredible.
Well, John, you said mediocre, but the Texans, they ended up winning. Now they got the Broncos coming up. How do you see that game going?
Zay, I've been telling people this is one of the biggest games in Texans regular season history. Maybe the biggest that doesn't have playoff implications. And I say that because they've won 3 of their last 4. They're 3 losses, 0-3, and they lost 1-score games. They've had one bad game, it was at Seattle, but they only lost that game by 1 score. So they've been very close. And this one's big because if you win it, okay, you've won 4 of 5. Then you get Jacksonville here. That should be a victory. Then after Jacksonville, you go to Tennessee. That should be a victory. Then Buffalo comes here for a Thursday night game. They beat Buffalo here last year. Josh Allen had the worst game of his career because the Texans' defense is good. One of the things I like about this, I don't know if I've ever seen this. The Broncos lead the NFL in sacks for the second year in a row. They also have allowed the fewest. That is unusual. And the Texans have the number 1 defense. They've allowed the fewest yards, and they've allowed the fewest points per game. So it would tell you it's going to be a defensive game, and I believe it is. A lot of great pass rushers out there, and I'm really excited about it. If the Texans win, they can get on a roll. I'm not saying they're going to overtake Indianapolis, but they can be a legitimate wild card contender.
Yeah, in Denver, I mean, are they looking like an AFC championship type team to you, John?
No, I think they're looking like a team that I think will finish second between the Chiefs and the Chargers. Now, if the Chiefs lose at Buffalo and Denver wins here, you know, they're going to be 7-2. And it's going to be a great race. All we know is the Raiders are horrific. But those other 3 teams are all good. Those other 3 teams have quarterbacks playing very well. Bo Nix has been tremendous. In the last 5 quarters, they've scored so many points. They embarrassed the Cowboys. We can't have them coming in here and embarrassing the Texans too. And leaving, declaring their Lone Star state champions. And I would love to see the Texans win it and get on a roll, because people here would be real excited, as they should be. But if they lose this one, this is what my response is going to be. They can beat decimated defenses like Baltimore and San Francisco, but they can't beat good defenses and good teams that are healthy. Now, Denver's lost Patrick Surtain. Patrick is the reigning defensive player of the year. He's out for a while, and it'd be like Texas losing Derek Stingley Jr. So obviously they're going to have to compensate. But the game they played against the 49ers, in which C.J. Stroud was not sacked, only hit twice, and spread the ball around. Didn't have Nico Collins, didn't have his starting slot receiver, Christian Kirk, was not a problem. Ran for 157 yards. It was incredible balance. Can they do it again? I'll be shocked if they do, but it's not impossible.
Well,
John, go ahead, Chuck.
I was going to kind of bring up my man Zay here in the Indianapolis Colts. He loves Carrie Ursay, the who's got her, you know, she's all involved in the
Carrie
team.
Ursay Gordon.
Yeah, Carrie Ursay Gordon. And
She's
you look at
married,
the
say.
yeah,
I know that.
he likes her in a headset. They've won. You know, they beat the Broncos. They won on the road against the Chargers. They won on the road against the Rams. Like, what do we make of this Indianapolis Colts team? They're going to play Pittsburgh this week.
Steelers are 4-4. Steelers have spent more money on their defense than any team in the league, and their defense is mediocre. It's so strange to see the Steelers underdogs at home, but they are. I think the Colts will win. Don't see the Colts winning the AFC Championship game over, say, Kansas City or Buffalo, but maybe they will. Here's an interesting stat. The Texans have rushed for only 3 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor's rushed for 3 touchdowns in 3 different games. So you've got to contain Jonathan Taylor and force Daniel Jones to beat you. Nobody's been able to do that. At some point, they're going to run into a team that'll do it. Now, the Steelers have a good run defense, but they've allowed more yards passing than any team in the NFL. That sounds so strange to say that about their defense, but it's a fact. And we'll see if Daniel Jones can get by without Jonathan Taylor rushing for 100 yards.
John, Miami got curb stomped last night by the Ravens. They fired their GM this morning. Mike McDaniel still has a gig, but it just seems like everything is crashing down in South Beach, when it just seemed like not too long ago, Mike McDaniel, he was the hot guy around the NFL. Their team was putting up a lot of points. They were getting to the playoffs. How did things go left so fast?
2 years ago, let's see, 2 years ago, they put 70 on the Broncos, and their offense was the best, most innovative, creative in the NFL. And I think a lot of it had to do with talent. You know, they've had a lot of injuries. And then Tua Tagovailoa, you know, he started throwing too many interceptions. Even when he was healthy, he started throwing too many interceptions. And you look back and you think, and they get reminded this of all the time, they drafted Tua Tagovailoa instead of Justin Herbert. There's no guarantee, excuse me, there's no guarantee that Herbert would have been I'm coughing, I can't quit coughing, the quarterback with Miami that he's been for Los Angeles. Because Jim Harbaugh's a great coach. We know they're going to be fired. They may as well, at the trade deadline, start unloading some of those players to try to get draft picks for the next head coach and general manager. You don't stick them with all those players. So I would unload, stockpile draft choices, and move on. I'd do that if I was all the bad teams. Tennessee, New Orleans, all those teams lounging at the bottom. Cleveland. Get rid of them, get picks, rebuild.
So the New England Patriots, John, are we buying the New England Patriots?
They played one of the easiest schedules I've ever seen. Now, they did beat Buffalo. The division's terrible. They're going to get in the playoffs. But all this talk about Drake May MVP because he's beaten one good team, no, he's not going to be the MVP. It's going to be a quarterback, just like Jonathan Taylor will be Offensive Player of the Year. They're talking about Drake May MVP. Why are they not talking about Bo Nix as MVP? Bo Nix is doing a great job with the Broncos, and they've got the same record. But Mike Vrabel's doing a great job. He'll be Coach of the Year unless they suffer an injury like the Drake May. And he's done a tremendous job. But, boy, they have cashed in, having more money to spend in free agency than anybody, having a great young quarterback in his second season. And then they have a real good defense Vrabel has installed. He also installed a great culture and got the players to buy into it. And then they benefited from an easy schedule. And that's what you got to do. Take advantage of what you got. A lot of teams can't. Miami's one of them, can't do it. So we're not going to see wholesale coaching changes like we've seen in college football, with more to come, but we're going to see quite a few.
John, big time. I guess you could call it a rivalry game at this point with their recent history, but Kansas City and Buffalo, who you got in that one?
Buffalo has been great in regular season against the Chiefs, terrible in the playoffs. This ain't the playoffs. I'm going with the Bills.
The Bills. So when you look at the New York Giants now without Cam Scatterboo, the 49ers are at the Giants this week. Are the Giants, it feels like they lost their heart and soul, John.
Well, he still got Jackson Dart, and they weren't very good anyway. They're just not going to be as exciting, and they don't have Malik Neighbors either. So I think the 49ers will bounce back and win that game. 49ers got to bounce back. It looks like Brock Purdy's out again. Texans did a great job of shutting down Christian McCaffrey. He had 28 yards. And once they did that, Mac Jones had to throw, and they were all over him, and he had a bad game. So Giants don't have a defense like the Texans, so I think the 49ers will beat them.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the Texans defense, we got, Temple of Brutus here talking about, fewest points allowed. How good is this Texans defense?
Fewest points allowed per game. And they've got good pass rushers on the outside. Their inside guys have not provided the kind of pass rush they need. They have 16 sacks. There's like 20 teams. Excuse me, I apologize. 20 teams that have more. They have only one more sack than they've allowed, and that's why Stroud is going up against the number one team at getting the quarterback. And he's been sacked this year 3 times. He's been sacked 15 overall. But the defense has got to do a better job. Their tackles got to do a better job of getting that inside push, getting in the quarterback's face, and bringing him down. And so far, they haven't done it, but they've still played really good overall defense. They've got a good secondary. Let me knock on wood here. They've also been able to avoid serious injury on defense and offense so far. They're coming. They always do. But it starts with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. There's not a better outside tandem of rushers. They also have depth, but those inside guys got to get going.
Well, and Azeez Al-Shaair, everyone's afraid of that guy.
And this was something that was told to me earlier this week about the speed that the Texans have on defense. All their guys are undersized. Their linemen aren't. But Will Anderson Jr., they list him at 245. He's 260. That's still light for an NFL defensive end. And the tackles are 300-pounders, but their linebackers are light because they got to run. All their DBs can run. They don't have any 6'2", 210-pound safeties because D'Amico Ryans, for him, it is always about speed, more speed, swarm. The swarm mentality, get a lot of people on the ball. They did a great job with McCaffrey, but when you control the ball for almost 42 minutes, it's hard for other teams to score or compile stats. So really, if you think about the great job the offensive line did against the 49ers, they helped the running game and the passing game. And nobody's going to win if the other team has the ball for almost 42 minutes. Can they do that again against Denver? No, of course not. Can they beat Denver? They're here. They should be able to beat the Broncos, but boy, they don't have a beaten up pass rush like the 49ers and the Ravens did.
John, with the trade deadline coming up next Tuesday, do you expect the Texans to make any moves, and do you expect any other teams to make any moves?
Well, I think, Zay, we're going to see a lot of teams making moves. Moving the trade deadline back from the first Tuesday in October, where it was for decades, has created so much more interest. Teams that know they got a chance to go to the playoffs, maybe the Super Bowl, need a player here, a player there, they make moves. Teams that know they have no prayer, they're unloading guys for draft choices. I think it's tremendous. It's breathed new life into the trade deadline, which they used to be the most boring. They'd come up on the NFL and you're having a hard time to keep them falling asleep because it's not like baseball and basketball. So I think there's going to be a lot of movement among the pretenders, stockpiling the contenders for draft choices.
John, I want to ask you about the Lions, because they got the Vikings coming into town. And they just gave Aiden Hutchinson a big contract. Your thoughts on that move?
Zay, let me ask you something. Is there any other media person in the state of Texas who would ask about the Lions before the Cowboys? Can you think of anybody?
Not that I know of, John. No.
Aiden Hutchinson got a great contract, a lot of guaranteed money. They did great without him last year. Now, they lost in the playoffs, but, he's a great team guy. I was hoping that he might, since his dad is from here, somehow slip to the Texans that year. But he was a great pick. He's great for the culture, the leadership. Everybody loves Aiden Hutchinson. And because he's up there and he played at Michigan, that was a great draft choice. And they're still, to me, the most talented team in the league. And my two Super Bowl teams, Buffalo and Detroit, with Detroit winning, I still feel good about that. Now, I don't, because of the talent, I think Dan Campbell is an underrated coach. These new coordinators have done a terrific job, and they just got talent. They got depth. They've done a great job of acquiring talent in Detroit, and they've done a tremendous job developing it.
All right, I'll ask you about the Cowboys.
Who?
Go ahead, Zach.
No, Cowboys. How do you think they're going to do?
Kenneth Murray.
I got $1 billion deal I'm working on. I don't have time to talk about the Cowboys. Wasn't that one? Your players are seeing Jerry say that, and he doesn't have time to fix the defense because he's got $1 billion. Well, any of us that had a chance for $1 billion, we're going to be forgetting about everything else, but you don't say it publicly. And that just, I felt bad for Cowboy fans. Now everybody's talking about, well, is he distracted all the time on business deals? You think Jerry Jones would be sitting back smelling the roses because his team's worth more than any team in the history of the universe, and he's got a chance to close $1 billion? Just what's he going to do with $1 billion when he gets it, besides pay a lot of taxes? And but they need, I don't know what positions they think they need. One like Overshown coming back, that's good, but he's not going to make a big difference. They need to target whatever their worst position is. And there are pass rushers out there who might have flashed at another spot and not done well in a certain system that you could get for a 5 or a 6. But they got to target, if it's a cornerback, whatever, and they got to make an effort to fortify those positions if they want to compete realistically for a wild card berth.
Yeah, I mean, every time I see Kenneth Murray play for the Cowboys, it drives me crazy. It looks like he just doesn't care. I mean, it's awful.
Well, their defense is at the point when you're getting crushed by a second-year quarterback, giving up 44 to the Broncos. It may look like a lot of them don't care. The Broncos, and I didn't blame that one on Dak Prescott, although he had 2 interceptions after throwing maybe 1, and they're going to be able to move the ball. They're going to throw the ball, but sometimes the defense has got to help them out. And right now, they're not doing it, and that's why I think Jerry Jones and Steven, because Steven's more active in it than Jerry. Jerry's just a high profile. They got to give hope to the team, to the fans, everybody. Okay, we're making these 2 moves because we think it'll help us on defense. Not saying it's going to put us in the Super Bowl or overtaking Eagles, but we think these 2 guys that we're giving low picks for have a chance to come in and contribute on defense.
John, who you got in this Bears-Bengals game? The Bears were rolling, but then they lose last week. Who do you got in this one?
They look bad. Flacco's supposedly hurt. I thought Flacco's career would be over because he was so bad last year with Indy, terrible this year with Cleveland. Then he goes to Cincy, and he kind of looks like Joe Burrow. I'm going to say the Bears bounce back. The Bears are younger. They got more talent. They got a better defense than the Bengals do. Bengals ought to seriously think about unloading Trey Hendrickson. And I don't know what they could get for him, but they need to do that because he's never going to be happy, and they're not going to give him a monster extension at his age. And they're not going anywhere this year, so go ahead and trade him, get whatever you can get. If it's a conditional pick, you get a 3, it can be a 2. If the team goes to the playoffs or he gets 5 sacks over the rest of the season, there's a lot of ways you can do that monetarily. And then the Bengals should take the pick and worry about it next season.
John, they're going to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Texas's 2005 national championship team tomorrow. And Vince Young, we were talking about Vince. He's, he and Tommy Frazier, two best college football players I've ever seen. Zay was asking if Vince would have ended up in a better place than Tennessee, could his career have gone differently?
Well, I think Vince, and I've spent some time with Vince. I've hosted events where it was just he and I got to interview him. And I'll tell you, as soon as he went up there, he started giving them trouble. And Jeff Fisher put his foot down. He's not like Mac, make one read and then make a play, which was probably the best way for him to play. But he butted heads with Fisher immediately. And so and he went to the Pro Bowl as a rookie. He was an alternate, but he did. And as Bud Adams told me, VY is my guy. And the thing that I've asked Vince at 2 or 3 events, and I know the answer he's going to give, but I think the people listening, most of whom are Longhorns, I remember when he scored the touchdown and he ran and he put his arms back and the confetti was coming down and it was almost like Superman about to take off and fly. And I asked him, what was that like? You got to do something that 99.99999% people in this world not get to do in that situation. What is it like to be there and have 100,000 people watching and 60 of them are cheering for you and you just led your team to a national championship? And he said, I don't know. He said, it was surreal. He said, I don't know. He said, I saw it the next day, but it happened. It happened quickly. He was in such a state of euphoria when he scored that touchdown. And he was in that season. Some great pictures were taken of it that he doesn't remember it without seeing it. By the way, his son here plays for Kincaid High School. He's got a chance to be really good. I think he's a sophomore return guy in a corner. Vince goes to all his games and yells like crazy. But I think I've never seen a better college quarterback. Joe Burrow was a great passer, but he had great weapons. Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase as his wide receivers. But Vince, Vince doesn't have guys who are all pros in the NFL that he threw passes to or he handed the ball to. Vince was the best guy I've seen at single-handedly taking over games going back to that victory as a sophomore at the Ohio State. That's when you guys may have seen it earlier, but when I watched that game, I thought, you know what? Vince Young's got a chance to be really, really good next season. And he turned out we all underestimated him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story about Vince. He got disciplined for missing a flight, and his agent had to get a charter and get him to, I can't remember, it might have been, say, Philadelphia. And he gets there late, and he goes in, and they wanted to wear a wristband. He won't do it with the plays on it. And he goes out there, and I think he came off the bench, and he leads them to a touchdown immediately. And he comes off the field, and Norm Chow was the offensive coordinator, told the coaches on the headset, my goodness, why do we even have plays? We should just let him go out there and play any way he wants, because it was a broken play, an off-schedule play. And if you think about a guy as tall as Vince, almost 6'6", no telling what he really weighed when he was at Texas and with the Titans. And think about him running full speed, and you're a little 5'11", 200-pound corner, and that might be big. How in the world do you bring down a guy like that? And he made some great plays up there, and they just kind of turned him loose. And but I hated the way it ended for him there, because I think he could have been really good if he'd gone to a team that had an offensive head coach, not a defensive head coach, but somebody who could really have worked with him and helped him develop, if indeed he wanted to work hard enough to do it.
Yeah, well said. Yeah. John, your thoughts on the early season Houston Rockets with Kevin Durant? He's fitting in quite nicely. Thompson twin, he's trying to get acclimated at the point guard position. And Şengün, he looks like one of the best players in the league.
They started off 0-2. They lost the opener at OKC on double overtime. Durant missed a free throw with 3 seconds left that would have won the game in regulation. Now they've won 2 in a row. They play the next game at Boston. They just blew out Toronto in Toronto by about 30. And when you have a team that doesn't have its point guard, Fred VanVleet blew out his knee, won't be there all year. So you're trying to incorporate Amin Thompson, who is a great defensive player. He is great driving to the basket. He's not a great shooter. Reed Shepherd is a great shooter, but he's not good on defense because he's just not quick and fast enough. But you're loaded. You got Durant. You got Şengün is turning into one of the best big men. He can pass. He can shoot outside. He can shoot inside. So they're still loaded with talent. But Ime Udoka, who's done a great job here, when you lose your point guard and you're incorporating new guys at that, you're going to have some obstacles to overcome. But there's no doubt in my mind they're going to, because he is a great coach. And I tell people the MVP for the Rockets was whoever he had his affair with in Boston and got run, because otherwise he'd be there, because he's a great coach. So whatever happened up there, we're sure glad that it did. He's done a tremendous job. And their GM, Rafael Stone, people were wondering, well, what kind of job he's going to do. He's not a basketball guy. Those two work together really well. And the ambassador, who's over in Rome, he leaves them alone. He gives them money, and they can make moves they want to make. They spend a lot of money. And so when you've got an owner who gives them money and stays out of it, and then you've got a good general manager and a good coach, that is a recipe for success. And they still got a couple of guys they brought in the offseason who have not played yet because they're recovering from injuries. This team's going to get better and better.
John, who wins tomorrow? Central Florida at Baylor.
I think Central Florida will win it, because I'm so down on Baylor right now. They've lost their last 2 to TCU and Cincinnati. No, I'm going to change it. I'll say Baylor. It's homecoming. I think homecoming at 11 a.m. should be outlawed.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. Well, listen, we appreciate it so much. We look forward to it every Friday. Let's do it again next week.
Look at that. A hooker.
There it is.
John, they're not going down either. I think Texas is going to win that game, throw a net over Diego Pavia, and they'll get a lot of respect. Texas has to beat Vanderbilt to get respect.
How about that?
Thank you, guys.
Hey, you're the best. There he is, John McClain. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. Love that conversation every Friday. He seems strong about Texas over Vanderbilt. Thinks they're
Very
gonna,
strong.
And
A lot of people do.
Well, the line Texas keeps going up. It was 1.5. Now it's 3.5. Texas.
Damn, Vegas. What y'all know that I don't? What y'all know that I don't know? Is Jonathan Ogden starting on that offensive line tomorrow for Texas?
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
On that offensive line tomorrow?
Wouldn't that be something? That would be something.
Because y'all let me know. I'm trying to figure that out. Because I look at Vanderbilt, they only allowing 18 points a game. It's 24th in the nation.
Right.
Like 322 yards a game, 31st in the nation. Now that passing attack, you can get that. They're 70th in the nation. You can hit them over the top if you give Arch time or Matthew Caldwell, whoever the hell it is. I am expecting Archman to play tomorrow. You got to be smart. I hope he's not kind of, I hope that concussion didn't affect him to where he feels like, okay, now I have to play different. He's got to be smart again, but also you still got to play free. You still got to have that no fear mentality. So that's going to be interesting to see the first quarter if Arch does play, how comfortable he is coming off of a concussion injury, because those type of things, they could change a man.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here. We'll get to the commentary. We got our picks. Don't forget our picks. We've been good in college, not so good in the NFL. Maybe we can make it a big week all the way around. But I'll tell you what's going to make you feel better. That is the Humann Super Beats Heart Health Chews. I love Humann's supplements, and I'm not just saying that because their Nobel Prize winning research for their products came out of the University of Texas Health Science Center. I just love the products, and I have tried all the supplements. Trust me. I'm a collector of supplements, and I am locked in on Humann. You probably remember at the beginning of the football season, they announced their partnership with Texas football. And that's in part because all the athletes at Texas take the Super Beats powder for performance. I take it. I love it. It makes me feel better. Any brain fog is gone, energized. And look, their products are the real deal. And we've got a great partnership with Humann. All you need to do is go to Humann with 2 N's, livehumann.com/TSU. Okay, that's going to get you right where you want to be. Go to Humann.com, HUMANN.com/TSU, and use the promo code TSU, and you're going to get 20% off. And I can't recommend the Super Beats Heart Chews enough. The turmeric chews, which help with inflammation. I love the Super Beats powder and the Glynocalyx, which is their, premium multivitamin, but it's more than that. It's going to make you feel better. So head to Humann.com/TSU, use the promo code TSU, and load up, because you're going to feel a lot better. And hey, Cover 3, your spot for the weekend, for the games, for brunch. How about brunch Saturday or Sunday? The breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, cover 3 for brunch. Then you're set up for all the games. You're right there for the Texas Vanderbilt game if you're not going to the game. And look, the food is always going to bring you back. Brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Chop House burger, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the service, the great drinks. Got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. So make your plans for Monday Night Football. You got the Cardinals and the Cowboys. Head over to Cover 3. Enjoy yourself. Get the $7 social hour menu. I just love the vibe. It's my spot. Cover 3 Anderson and Cover 3 Round Rock. And hey, our man Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations, he's ready when you are. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, all you got to do is call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens, so you don't need to be, driving around town or waiting for some, Black Friday sale, because he's going to bring it all to you. He's going to bring you the best price. He's going to bring you the best equipment. LG, Sonos surround sound. He can do electronic shades, new lighting, surveillance. He's put big screens and surround sound in 3 different houses for me. Cannot recommend Tom and his crew enough, because they're going to come in, they're going to hang it like a masterpiece in a museum. You don't need to be punching holes in your drywall trying to figure this stuff out. Just give Tom and his crew the chance to bring everything to you. 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. For the chip shot today, a little combo platter, First of all, when it comes to Texas and Vanderbilt, I do agree that the Texas defense has to play the game of its life so far this season. They've played really well. They've played really well at times, held Ohio State to 14 points. They played really well. Now, last week, without Michael Taff on the field, I thought the pass defense was conservative, just too much trying to keep everything in front of them. And then they finally brought pressure in the fourth quarter. It worked. You had Anthony Hill Jr. playing a lot of strong side linebackers so that he's staying near the line of scrimmage. And you had Leon Galafau and Anthony Smith taking over at middle and weak side. I don't mind that. The pass coverage has got to be better. And I know Michael Taff wants to play. I just don't think they're going to let him play because I don't think he's cleared, but he wants to play. And that says a lot. He knows how big this game is. He knows every game is an elimination game potentially for Texas. And he's trying to make the biggest impact he can. I know they have him listed as questionable, but I was told when he had the surgery to repair the broken thumb that he suffered against Kentucky, that the earliest he'd be back would be Georgia. And obviously Texas has an off week coming up here after this game against Vanderbilt tomorrow. And, Taft's going to try and get on the field. So
we'll see. Club on it. This is last year.
He's got the club on it. But it still takes a lot of, there's a lot of wear and tear in a football game. And that bone is not, they have to set it and it has to heal before they feel like it can take contact. But listen,
if you told Mookie Taft for the rest of his life his thumb would look like this in order to win a national championship, what would you think he'd do?
I know. So I'm not ruling it out because that kid wants to play. And they need him. I mean, that kid sees he's the captain. He's the quarterback, the secondary. He does such a good job. He works so hard. He studies. He's prepared, and he gets guys in the right position. And Steve Sarkisian said it best. He's like, he can fix things on the field before having to come over to the sideline to do it. He can do it in real time, and that's enormous. Steve Sarkisian said he would be a great coach. He said he's probably gonna go make a bunch more money in business, than football coaching. But Taft could probably rise up to where he's making that big coaching money. But
yeah, the way that these coaches getting fired and still getting paid. When Steve Sarkisian said that, I was like, be careful with your words, Steve, because head coach looks like a pretty good gig to me.
Yeah. Well, and I think Arch Manning's going to play tomorrow, and I hope he picks up where he left off. It's been a weird season for Arch. Right when you think he's gaining momentum, he took a step back at Kentucky. But then played his butt off in the fourth quarter against Mississippi State, making big plays. Mississippi State helped Texas, obviously, with the roughing the passer call, but sometimes you need a little break to go your way. And Eric Henry wrote a really good story about Matthew Caldwell, talking to his quarterback's coach at Gardner-Webb, and just how hard that kid has worked to get to where he is. Started off at Jacksonville State, then went to Gardner-Webb, and then to Troy, and now, to Texas. And the kid prepares. He's film junkie. He's connected to his teammates. You'd love it for Matt Caldwell to get a shot too, but I think Arch is going to play. So we'll see. We'll see if this team can put it together for 4 quarters. Zay, it's been tough, outside of the Sam Houston game, and the second half was great against OU, but they need a 4-quarter performance, even if they're just kicking field goals. If the defense can limit Pavia, this feels like a first 1 to 20 wins. So let's see if they can get it done tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the best quarterback this team has faced. I mean, you could argue Julian Sand, but I think Julian Sand has a lot more weapons around him, and that was his first ever start, so they kept it pretty conservative with him, Brian Hartline, Ryan Day and crew. Diego Pavia, they ain't nothing conservative about him. Like, that dude is flamboyant. He's just cocky, confident. Like,
he's the Cam Scadaboo of quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's what he is, man. So that guy, he's going to come in with the utmost confidence. I said it earlier this week. Cedric Alexander's coming back home. This is a LBJ guy. Grew up in East Austin, broke a lot of records in AISD. And Steve Sarkisian, I don't think he even knocked on his door, which right in your backyard. This is one of the best running backs in the nation, and you didn't even take a look at him. If I'm Cedric Alexander, I want some payback right there, and I want to show out around all my kinfolk. So that running game for Vanderbilt, whether it's Alexander or Young, that could be a problem. Eli Stowers and Spitz, those guys are really good. Like Stowers, that guy, he's a problem. He's a mismatch for anybody in the SEC. Big reason why he was first team all SEC last year. So you definitely got to look out for him. But stopping that run game, that's your number one point of emphasis if you're Pete Kwiatkowski. It's going to be interesting how he dials it up tomorrow. But, yeah, very excited. What I'm not excited about, Chip, is having to go watch this freaking game at my parents' house because ESPN and YouTube TV can't come to a freaking deal. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Like, come on. If life ain't already tough enough, we just want to watch games. College football season, it's so hard to find any type of service, streaming service, cable, whatever the hell we use nowadays that just can stay consistent. And now we're dealing with this BS, which, blessing in disguise, I'm going to kick it with my parents tomorrow. So it's a blessing in disguise that I'm going to spend some quality time with my parents that I love very much. But also for everybody who has YouTube TV, that unless if ABC and Disney and YouTube TV come up with a deal tonight, they're going to have to watch the game somewhere else. So, yeah, that's absolutely bogus. Don't like that at all. But, yeah, when y'all see me tomorrow doing the post-game show at a different setting, that's because I'll be at my parents since I think they got direct or something. I don't know what they got, but they're going to have the game, so we good. We good. Get Sling TV. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. There's a lot going on out there. All right, let's get to the right call. Great chip shot, my guy. Got to get to our picks. And got a couple of things to show Chip before we get to our picks for the right call. But before that, though, a lot of y'all driving in these beat up, raggedy, just cars that look like they're going to blow up if somebody, bumps into it or something, or you take a little crash and kaboom. You don't want that feeling. You don't want your car to be a liability. That's a scary feeling. And not just scary for you, but scary for everybody else on the road. Don't be like that. Change it up. Go to Covert Bee Cave and get hooked up with a new or pre-owned vehicle. Buy the best, man. Guys have been doing it for over 100 years. That's a long-ass time, and the reason why they've been around so long is because they do it well. They are the best. Trust me, from first-hand experience, being in there, how comfortable I felt, how comfortable my wife felt. Shout out to Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the team for making us feel that way. They were getting us waters and stuff. Like, I felt like they're about to bring out something to eat, but we got the car so fast that they ain't even have time for that. And you could be like us too. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, the brands that they have. Go to covertbk.com. See all the latest specials and inventory. Absolutely immaculate. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Nah, CB, I couldn't be Tyson, man. That's a little too much for me. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. I don't know what I have to do. When I have to get the box fade, when I have my shirt off, I don't know, CB, but I had to go with the Black Limb Biscuit look, man. Bull to bang the bang, Biggie. Come on. Shout out to Fred Durst, man.
That
Which
was
better, the Fred Durst, Black Fred Durst, or the white Amon-Ra St. Brown? We are the laziest Halloween people ever. Oh my God, that's funny as hell. All right.
And I know people want John Brown, and we'll get John Brown on next week.
Yeah, we'll get him on. First off, let me say this before we get going on the Ignits. R.I.P. Scott Wilson, man. Legendary Texas fan, passed away last night. He was on his way to Gainesville for the Florida game, and he had a heart attack. And this is a guy that hasn't missed a Texas football game since 1977. Like, what?
Yeah.
That's a lot of games. He hasn't missed a baseball game, like over 1,500 baseball games in a row. So he's out here traveling to Omaha. He saw Big 12. He saw the Old Southwestern Conference. Like, Scott seen a lot of good burnt orange days, man. And I'm sure he's rocking that burnt orange in another beautiful place, man. R.I.P. Scott, we gonna miss you, buddy, because you are an absolute legend. And when you hear guys like Jim Schlossmangle and David Pierce speaking on them and stuff, I saw quotes from David Pierce that said they would try to get Scott the rosters early so he could get acclimated to the names and the numbers. So when he see the guys, he could greet them by their first name, which I thought was so dope. Like, David Pierce and Scott that was his love for it. Like, he loved him some University of Texas. And yeah, man, RIP to him. And my heart goes out to his family too.
Yeah.
In other news though, Chip, my man Rodney Terry back on his feet, doing it big. NBA gig, working as a scout for the New Orleans Pelicans. And he's also, look at RT in the suit. That clean, it didn't pop up yet. Let me pull this up. Little technical difficulty. It's cool. There we go. Look at RT in the Chris suit. He put this picture out this morning on his Twitter talking about his future plans, which, again, he's going to be a scout for the New Orleans Pelicans. And, Chip, he's going to be an analyst for ESPN. So we're going to see RT behind the camera a little bit, talking some college basketball this season. And, yeah, so
Let's go.
Look at him sitting, looking clean, wearing that suit that he bought with that buyout money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That $3 million buyout money. Get you a lot of clean suits like that, RT. I see you, dog. Love you, man. Absolutely. All right, Shep, got to get to some of these Halloween costumes out here. You know, this is one of my favorites already. Dang, StreamYard tripping today.
It's not playing along?
It's not playing along. I clicked it like 4 times. Can y'all help a brother out? There we go. Look at that.
Is that your girl, Carly?
My girl. That's my girl, Collier Gordon. She's that it girl. Who wouldn't want to be her for Halloween? This is a good look. I like it. Whoever this woman is, she knows ball. She's got it. You know what I'm saying?
Funny.
That's a good one. I'm with that. I saw another one. That was pretty good. But let's skip that because we got stuff to do here. Okay, so apparently I saw this picture floating around social media. James Madison at their stadium in one of the suites, they have a commode like the crapper where you could still see the action with windows. So while you're sitting on the john, you can still see what's popping in the game. This is dope. This is whoever thought of this is genius because we all don't want to go. We all got to go sometimes. You know, sometimes our body says, hey, man, if you don't get going, you about to have a very horrible time.
How long is the line for that one pooper?
So it's the suite. So obviously you got to be.
Oh, you got to be fancy.
Special. Yeah, you got to be fancy. But yeah, James Madison.
Okay.
Would you ever, you know, like if this was at DKR, especially you, who has to see every play, every snap.
Oh, yeah, I'd be sitting on that crapper.
With your computer, with your laptop?
Yeah, on my phone. I'll be taking some notes, doing what I got to do, man.
I'd be using this. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you got to grind.
Yeah, I'd abuse that if I had the luxury of being in the suite, but I don't. So that's probably for the best. Okay, here's the other. I was looking for it. Here's the other costume that you might appreciate. This is Josh Allen and his wife, Haley Steinfeld, as Waterboy, Adam Sandler, and that crazy bee who was in the movie. That was his girl.
That's pretty good.
That's good. That's good.
That's pretty good.
That's good. That's better than Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. Like,
I don't know. Well, yeah, we didn't get a good view of Madison Beer.
View of her, yeah. She wasn't really stunting like she should have been.
Yeah, we needed her stunting.
Yeah, we needed her stunting.
You know.
All right, man. Let's get to these picks. I'm not.
All right, you wanna start with Texas?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, you going first or me?
I'll go first. I got Texas losing just because every time I pick them to lose, they win. So that's what it's based off of. Realistically, though, I don't feel good about Michael Taft not playing in a game like this. I think this is the perfect game for Michael Taft to just give this defense that advantage. I remember he said last year it was like playing against Hayes High School. You remember that? Like when he was in his Westlake days, because Hayes ran a whole bunch of that triple option type stuff. So, you know, Mookie Taft, if he was in this game, I'd pick Texas. The fact that he's not, I don't feel good about that. I think this team is a little fatigued, and I know Cole Hudson is coming back tomorrow. I don't know where the left guard situation is at this point. You would think with what we saw last week with Connor Stroh, that's who's going to get majority of the snaps. But at this point, I feel like Kyle Flood and Sark are just seeing who's the hot hand. If it's Dick Brooks, all right, let him go. If it's Connor Stroh, all right, let him go. So we'll see who the hot hand is tomorrow. Hopefully, whoever that is, they can actually dominate and move some folks. But yeah, I think Vanderbilt, I think they're on a mission. I think it's one of those years where things are very weird and it's playing in their favor. Give me Vanderbilt 2017.
Wow, that's the exact score that I have Texas winning. And I know, like, I don't feel good about this game at all because of the exact reason that you just said. But I think they had all week for that secondary, to make some adjustments. He's got to make some adjustments to help that defense. So, and you heard Steve Sarkisian talk about it this week, that the pass rush has to be tied to the coverage. And if Anthony Hill's not playing a lot of strong side linebacker, playing near the line of scrimmage, pass rushing, making his impact felt, because I think, between Colin Simmons, I think, Brad Spence is going to play a lot in this game, Ty Anthony Smith, Trey Moore. They have to contain Pavia. What, John McClain said. Throw a net on him. I'm probably, we'll see. But I think this is a game the defense has to turn Pavia over. They have to make him make mistakes. And so Texas 20-17. All right. College picks. I'll go first. SMU plus 10.5 at home against the Miami Hurricanes. Come on. You embarrassed yourselves last week, Mustangs. Wake Forest tried to give you the game and you gave it back. And if this is the game you were looking forward to, then lock in. I don't know that SMU wins this game, but I think they can cover the 10.5.
Okay. They should be mad, so I like that pick. I'm gonna take my Bearcats, man. It's crazy that they're plus 10.5 against Utah. Like, I get they don't have their running back, but yeah, I'm taking that. My Bearcats, they might not win, but they should cover. That's a big ass number.
Yeah, man, I'm taking them too. What's his name? Dante Corleone, the guy right in the middle, that nose tackle for Cincinnati. That dude's no joke. Yeah, I'm taking the Bearcats plus 10.5 at Utah as well.
There we go, Chip. I got Georgia cocktail party minus 7.5.
Okay. I got Tennessee minus 2.5 over the Boomers.
I wanted that one. I can still pick it, but I want to.
Yeah, you can still pick it.
Yeah, I want to be different today.
Okay, all right.
Dang, it's a tough slate this week. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna pick that just because I'm on my hate watch stuff.
Yeah.
Tennessee,
all right.
2.5, straight hate watch.
NFL, I got Indy. I'm done doubting them. I'm rolling with them against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you see Corley what she's doing?
Yeah, I see her. Give me the 49ers minus 2.5. And give me the Cowboys minus 3.5 on Monday Night Football against the Cardinals.
Okay.
What you got?
I got the Bills plus 1.5. Feel good about that one. Broncos plus 1.5. And then my Falcons, man. Come on. Plus 5.5. Come on, y'all. Quit BSing.
Quit BSing.
Give Bijan the ball. I need at least 25 touches. At least Raheem Morris. Like, you got Kirk Cousins. Like, come on. Give Bijan the ball. Stop overthinking it. I don't know. Drake London's going to be available. If he's not, then that means 30 touches. Like, you can't worry about injury and stuff right now. Give Bijan the ball. Let him get Offensive Player of the Year. And you'll be gravy. We'll take that.
All right. And kudos to the 2005 Texas National Championship team getting celebrated tomorrow in the first quarter. All right, let's open up the gym. Patrick and Steven, what's going on, fellas?
Happy Friday, fellas. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. I love the extreme effort y'all went to for costumes. Just extreme effort that you guys went into of putting on a jersey and putting on a backwards hat. It was a lot. I didn't go for it at all because I'm 41 with no kids, and so there's absolutely no reason for me to be wearing a costume. I think a costume is creepier than if I don't wear one at this point. I'm not going to any parties, just in my house.
Well, you got some cool, like, sun coming.
I know,
through
I got
the
the sun
shades.
coming at me, yeah.
So you kind of
the good news is this will all be gone next week because it's going to be dark by the time our show ends starting next week because you got to set your clocks back an hour this weekend on Saturday night. We get another hour, so it'll be where we start to get off. It'll be dark again. So I got my this is Sunbeam Patrick is my Halloween costume. I've done it very well. Planned a lot for it.
Uh-oh.
I got a random one for Chip real quick since he's got
that's a both, by the way.
Since he's got the St. Brown jersey on. Chip, did you see the clip that Amon-Ra St. Brown said the other day that the hardest he's ever been hit in his life was by BJ Foster in the Texas USC game?
Oh yeah, when his mouth guard went flying.
Yes, he said he destroyed his face mask. He had to get a new face mask and everything. He said he had never been hit that hard in his entire life.
Interesting.
Till this day. I'll send you the clip. I'll send you the clip.
Okay, yeah.
So the hardest he's ever been hit in his life was by BJ Foster.
How about that?
BJ Foster should have been so good. He should have been so good.
It was that Texas USC game, 2017 in Austin?
Yep. 2018.
2018,
right, when they came here. And
it was a crosser over the middle, and he fumbled and everything. He blew him up. Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I remember that hit because I thought Amon-Ra was concussed. But all right, fellas, have a great weekend.
Have a good Halloween, y'all.
Great show.
Later.
There you go. My man CB's got it. I win his glare. I'm dressed clearly for something. What happened is there's a tree outside my window, and as fall came, the leaves started to fall, and now it does not block the sun from that direction anymore, and so it glares in through my window and hits me on it. An unmasked hamburglar. That's a new one. I pay for my hamburgers. I don't need to steal them. Welcome into Open Gym here.
Unmasked hamburglar is crazy.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patty Davis, alongside my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective, joining me once again today. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, on the chat here on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Love to hear what you guys are doing for Halloween. If you've got costumes, if you guys dressed up, if your kids dressed up, what you got going on. Would love to hear what's going on. I want to be in the spirit a little bit of Halloween. Also, this one, if you have any great Halloween songs, I have a pretty decent Halloween playlist. But if you have any songs that you're like, these are great Halloween songs, because they don't necessarily have to be like spooky so much. I'm more in the world of songs that are like good songs that have the right title, so you can go into it. Like the classics are like Oingo Boingo Dead Man's Party or Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon, some stuff like that. And then there's a ton of rock songs like that. A good one I found the other day was Tom Petty, Zombie Zoo, which is a cool little track. But so like stuff like that. If you got any of those, throw those in on the chat. I'd love to know what your go-to Halloween songs are. Or if you just go and say you just put on scary movies, throw those in.
I'm a Thriller guy myself.
Well, Thriller, of course. Thriller, and you got to go Rockwell, Somebody's Watching Me.
Ooh, yes.
Both of those, they kind of go together because I get it's Rockwell, but the hook is Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm. Same vocals.
And I love that Rockwell came out because Rockwell is Barry Gordy's nephew or son or something. He's related to Barry Gordy.
I believe it was his nephew.
But Barry Gordy, and then he told this whole story about how he was talking to Michael Jackson about this song. He was like, I was talking to Michael, and he just loved it so much, and he begged me to be a part of it or whatever. I'm like, all right, no, stop. If he did all that, it's because it was a favor to Barry Gordy. we know how he did this. Stop it with that. It's a fun song, but no one listens to that song and goes, what a talent Rockwell is. He just does a weird voice the whole time.
No. I mean, this is the time where you have the Eddie Murphy party all the time, and you could do,
Well, that's Rick James, and that was Rick James magic, where he could just make anything a hit.
You could do
Rick
anything.
James go good. I love that. I heard a story about Rick James is why Lionel Richie got famous. Was that
pre-Commodores or post-Commodores?
Post-Commodores was Rick James went into the A&R guy's office, like the record labels guy's office, and just poured out all this cocaine on the table. It was just doing lines at the table, and they were telling him to do stuff, and he's like, screw you, I'm Rick James, I do whatever I want. And so they just finally finished the meeting. He walks out, and he goes, give me Lionel Richie. He's like, I'm not dealing with that guy anymore. We're just going to make another star now. So the story was, you had that because Rick James was so out of control, they were just like, all right, let's go make Lionel Richie a star. Like, all right, I could see that happening. Rick James was a bit out of control back in the day. I could believe that. Yeah. All right. What do you do? Do you watch what do you do for Halloween, Steven? Do you watch the movies? Do you do the just answer the door and trick or treat? Or are you the lights out, we're ignoring this holiday guy?
If I'm not going to a party of some sort, because typically, depends on the year. But if I'm not going to a party, I'll watch a movie, and if I got candy, if I have candy, the lights will be on. I'm a willing participant. But if I ain't got it, the lights are off.
Yeah, we don't have. I mean, we have a few trick or treaters in our neighborhood, but not enough that we really. So normally it's just lights off because it's not worth buying a ton of candy and then no one coming, and then I can't have that much candy at the house. I don't need to have that.
Not at this age.
No. So I can't do that. So we just normally do that, or I go to someone else's house, but I don't know what's happening tonight. So we won't know what's that. I know that I won't be watching ESPN or ABC tonight. Because for some reason, ESPN is acting like they're not the bad guys. Like, you're both bad guys. We hate both of you. You're both evil giant companies, but stop pretending like the big bad guys. We're like, you're Disney. You can't. Can't come out.
It's not isolated to Google. It's not isolated to Disney. It's everybody. Just the same time ESPN Unlimited comes out for $40 a month or whatever.
Yeah.
And
shockingly, also they have Hulu, which you can watch Hulu, also owned by Disney. So by the way, if you're losing YouTube TV, don't go to Hulu either, because that is also supporting those crack addicts who have ruined sports coverage and just bought everything. So we have to have them. But I don't know anybody who watches ESPN for the coverage anymore, because it's terrible. Like, there's 2 or 3 decent people on there and so many just awful people trying to make sound bites.
Yeah, it's not even background worthy noise anymore. It used to be you'd have it on, and then around this time of day, you'd get the PTIs, you get the Around the Horns, the Six. Like, it used to be. I mean,
we used to get more highlights too. You keep up with everything.
Mm-hmm. I grew up in the sports reporter era, man. That was real. That was real stuff. That was real rap.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. CB, I think it's going to be 60s tonight. It'll get colder after trick-or-treaters are gone, but I think it'll be around 60s. There will be on 6th Street at some point when it's 50 degrees at 2 a.m., some girl with one shoe sitting crying on the sidewalk in the skimpiest outfit you've ever seen in your life because everything went wrong during Halloween. That is almost an inevitability of Halloween in Austin every year. Just where he's like, I don't know where all my friends went. He's a jerk. And you're just like, oh, my God. I would want to help you, but it feels like I do not need to be involved in this at all. It's also a open bar, open gym Friday, so have a drink with us if you're so inclined.
Cheers. Nah, tonight is the night where,
Also, we got my Spurs cup here. Rocking
5-0.
5-0.
5-0. But tonight is the night. If the ladies are outside, they will be out no matter what the temperature is.
No matter.
Mm.
No matter. They come out tonight and it is game on. I hated being a bouncer. I've been a bouncer before in my life, and it sucked on this. Halloween sucked because people would come up with like these elaborate costumes, and you're like, I have to see your face. Like legally, I need to see your face. I get your ID. I get all of this. It seems like you're older, but you cannot wear a mask into this bar before I see who you are. You just need to do this. And they'll be like, well, but it's hard. I'm like, what'd you expect to happen? Expect us to all take your word? Because then every 16-year-old in town would be putting on masks and going downtown. We get it. So, yeah, not fun to be a bouncer on Halloween. Not a great day. Also, everybody's hammered. So, all the
Shoot, if
stuff.
you're here in Dallas, I'm telling you right now, after about 9 p.m., go down to Happiest Hour, and you take your pick of how many young ladies you see out there that will tell you that they are Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. And don't, hey, you take inventory with your eyes and your ears. So, fun night.
Yeah, it is a fun night. I hope everybody's gonna be safe tonight. Have a good time though. And if you got the kids, then enjoy stealing candy from your kids. Also fun time for parents to just kind of kids, when you were a kid and you were like, I thought there was more. I felt like I accumulated more and I didn't eat all of this, yet somehow my bag feels light now. And then just look over at your parents.
I used to get one day. So my mom, when she rest in peace, had one day to get what I needed. Because I used to, by the time you're 10, 11, you have a whole system. You got trash bags, right? We know what neighborhood to hit up. We know where to go. Who's got the full Snickers. You know what I'm talking about. And my mom worked at the hospital. So she used to take all that candy that my brother and I would collect and take it to the hospital for the nurses and doctors to snack on and stuff. So whatever we did not take away for ourselves and hide in our room or put in different stashes, that was the last we saw of those trash bags.
That is cruel. That is cruel to take away candy from kids. It is supposed to be the one time you get to do this. And then like it's Christmas is like you get this one day and then the rest of it, you don't get to have it. I get that. Like Christmas, I get whatever candy you get on Christmas. You get to eat on Christmas. You're going to be sick and you're going to play with all your games and then it's fine. But for Halloween, you got to counterfeit candy, CB says. Is it dangerous candy or is it just knockoff candy? Like, is it poisoned or something? There's always local news is the worst for this. And it's like now that local news is not local, but they'd always have those stories that were like, watch out for the razor blades in your kid's candy. And they used to X-ray your candy and stuff, which is probably worse for it. But I don't know. I never had any of that happen to me. So I shards of glass coated in sugar. delicious glass.
Straight to prison.
Yeah. I don't know. It never seemed to get me that bad that people were out to get me that much. It has drugs in it. That sounds like a news report. That sounds like local news where they're just like, watch out. We heard, Tim's mom, who's 65 and just sits on, Facebook groups of people that are afraid. Just goes in and goes, I heard there's candy with drugs in it. Those are the people like, these kids are wearing bracelets that say that how much sex they'll have. Like, whoa. But yeah, if I was like 12 and I did candy with drugs, first of all, drugs are not cheap. So normally you don't give them out for free. If you're giving them out for free, there's a reason you want people to come back. But then you would do it and you wouldn't know what house it came from. You wouldn't know what drug it was. You'd have no idea how to get a hold of these people. And if you're getting candy with somebody's like business card on it, then that's a sign. All right. That will be the sign. If you get the Mr. Happy or whatever the half-baked one was. Mr. Good Guy. I can't remember what it was.
I can't remember. I don't remember either.
I remember they had a little like card though.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I've seen before is like people like the X-Lax, like the chocolate laxatives,
Oh yeah, you could do
like
that.
stuff you could do that, but like drugs in them,
I
like
don't know. Like,
intentionally.
also,
Like
what
we're talking about, are we
lunatics?
talking about shrooms? Like what are we talking about? Because I'm not
No,
giving away shrooms. I'm not giving away like laced like with, like what? Because like you said, the drug ones. Why are you giving that away for free? That's crazy.
yeah, no, it's Mr. Nice Guy. Mr. Nice Guy,
Mr. Nice Guy.
I believe, was the name of their drug dealing entourage.
That
their
sounds
drug dealing
adjacent to Good Guys with Chucky.
It does.
It feels like it's in the same world.
But yeah, it's yeah, and then yeah, if you're also, why are you giving people things that you can't see the results of? Like a trick, you're supposed to get the. But if
Yeah,
you were
the
just like,
benefit of
I'm going to
the-
give people X-Lax and then just laugh at my house because somebody else is going to have an unpleasant evening, I don't know. I guess there are some sickos out in this world, Steven. I guess there's some sickos out there that would do that. I would not be one of those people, though. Let's get into a little sports talk then, because we won't be like ESPN and take it away from you and claim you. You know what, guys? They're trying to be unreasonable while we started our own streaming platform and have been trying to steal customers from them over and over and over again. It's unreasonable that they don't want to pay us more money than we were getting already. Just nonsense. Just nonsense. But we did get the updated in availability report. We did see Cole Hudson move up to probable, which is nice to see. That Cole Hudson moves up to probable along with Lance Jackson as probable. But the Cole Hudson one is a good to see because, again, as much as he has not been a great player, he seemed to be identifying things a little bit better than Connor Robertson has been. And you're going to need that against this Vanderbilt team because they do show a bunch of different looks. They got some. When we start to go through the players to know, you'll notice there's one sophomore on my list. It is a lot of older guys. There's a lot of dudes who have a lot of experience. There's some grad transfers. There's some red shirts seniors. There's some Diego Pavia seniors. There's some injury redshirt seniors. There's a lot of old guys or experienced guys. I mean, they're still 23, 24 years old, but experienced guys on this team. So you're going to need to be able to pick those out. We see Arch and Michael Taff are both still questionable for this game. I see a lot more people on the bandwagon that they believe Arch is going to play. I believe both of them will not play. Arch has been, the report is that Arch is a game time decision. And look, I could be completely wrong. If Joe's in the chat, Joe is right about John Mateer playing when I thought John Mateer was not going to play. So I defer. If you guys believe differently, it may happen. I do believe that this is usually on a Sark injury report. If you get the one Thursday night and they're still questionable, so unless it comes out tonight and they're both probable, if they're questionable on the injury report tonight, I don't see them playing because that's kind of been the MO for Sark's teams.
Yep, that was the MO with Malik Muhammad before Florida. Remember, he hung in that questionable tag and he ended up not going.
Yeah.
They do typically, to your point, side with caution. And I'm right there with you. I'll believe it when I see it tomorrow. And I also think that there's a bit of gamesmanship that Texas
100%.
is looking to play here, right? I mean, you're going to go game time decision. You're going to have guys dress. You're going to have guys warm up. They'll go through their routine. But at the end of the day, they already know whether or not they're going to play. They know right now.
Yeah.
So it's they know with how they've practiced. To your point about what they did in practice.
Yeah.
And
we have been told they practiced. That's
right.
it. Told by the head coach that they practiced.
Practice is relative. Right.
So, yeah, I mean, the Michael Taff one, I think he probably, if you clubbed it up, has a good chance. But again, we were being told earlier that if the surgery went differently, he wouldn't have been able to play again this season. So 1 week is, even with the cast, seems crazy. I know they probably want to put him out there some. It seems crazy. If he's ready to go, though, then I trust the doctors. I trust him. I trust what they're doing. And Arch, the same thing. If he's ready to go and they're just like, we can't say he's above questionable because There are still some tests that our doctors have to clear them, but we feel pretty good if the doctors clear them, they're going to play. They've been in actual practice. They've been doing stuff. Maybe that's the case, but what we've seen from questionables in the Sark era is questionable on Thursday, Friday, does not play. And so I'm sitting on, I think that they're both there. I think the Cole Hudson being the probable is a pretty good thing, though.
They also, the bye week afterwards matters. I mean, let's
hugely.
It matters, right? And so when you know that you can potentially get out of a week, I mean, again, I like I said yesterday, Steve Sarkisian has at least been in position. We'll start with the quarterback, where he has had to play with his backup every season he's been at Texas. This is nothing new. He finished last week with his backup. And I do think it probably forces him to be a little bit sharper as a coach, right?
Yeah.
And a little bit more dialed in, because he's going to have to be a little bit more manual with things. They're going to know all that this week. So knowing that you have a bye week after this to really get right, why jeopardize, potentially having because here's the other thing, like, I could kind of see it if Arch was more like Quinn and wasn't really involved in any type of run game. And you would really tell him, like, hey, like, I can't have you out here getting hit. That's not the case, because you don't want to have Arch Manning out there. This is my opinion. You don't want to have Arch Manning out there and he has guardrails on what he can do.
Yeah, I agree.
He's at his best when he's playing football naturally. I think we've all seen that as a fan base, when he is more instinctive, whether he's running or extending a play and all of those things. And he's a physical football player. He is a physical football player. So I don't want him out there with him having this caveat in the back of his mind of, well, I can't get dinged up, or I can't run, or I got to throw the ball away early, or anything like that. I'd rather Matthew Caldwell go out there, lead us, and get the job done and run the offense.
And I'll say this too about Taff and Arch Manning being involved in practice. Like, I think to Sark and to this coaching staff, they're like, we still need there's still a ton of work to be done on this offense and on the defense. Like, there's still a ton of work to be done. And we know we're getting these guys back in 2 weeks. We know both of them will be back in 2 weeks. We know that Taff, where he's at, he'll be fine to play with the club in 2 weeks. And we know Arch is going to be cleared by concussion protocol because he's already gone through the steps. So we know he'll be cleared in 2 weeks, right? So we feel pretty good about that. We don't know if they're going to be available this week, and we probably don't think they are. But I get, for every Texas fan, this is a do or die, season's over if you lose weekend. For Sark, it's not, because his season's not over. Now, his goals may have to drastically change, but he still has a group of young men that he has to try and lead into battle against Georgia, against Arkansas, against A&M. And we don't want him to go 0-4 the last 4 weeks of the season. So he knows, even if my guys aren't healthy and we got to go out there with Caldwell, I think we can beat Vanderbilt with Caldwell, but we got to go out there and we got to try and play our best game. I need my other guys to be ready when they come back, because we got to play Georgia in Athens. And then we got to play Arkansas, and then we got to play A&M. So I need my guys to be ready. So I may be practicing them knowing full well they're not playing this week, but I need them in there. I need Michael Taft to be my coach on the field during practice. So he's helping things and helping teach these guys. I need him out there somewhat in practice, even though he's not having contact. And I need Arch, even though he's not in contact, to be a part of the play calling and diagnosing the defenses and doing that, because he still has a lot of work to do. I believe that could be part of the case too. Now, I'm fully on. I hope they both play, because I think if they both play, it means their health is doing much better. I don't think this is I think that it would prove that Texas did everything right, and Arch is having to go through protocol. Arch, I'm sure, has told Sark that he is 100% fine, and he's just trying to deal with the doctors. So I think that there's that part of Arch feels is ready to go and is hoping that he talks to doctors and they're like, yeah, you're fine. And he expects that to be the case, and maybe that's what they're at. But it could also be, we need to be ready for Georgia in 2 weeks. And Caldwell's ready to go. We're still giving Caldwell reps with the ones, but we're having Arch be involved in practice because we need him to be aware too.
If Arch is going to play, I hope he's had at least somewhat of a normal diet in practice.
Yeah.
If they are going to go that route, to CB's point. Now, I still, again, for me, the Molly McGrath report, I think you play the game. I think that's exactly what you say. If I was the coach.
Yeah.
And if I wasn't planning on playing the player, I would be like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going through it. Like, you're going to take it all the way down to kickoff, all the way down to 11 a.m. until number 18 runs out there instead of number 16. But if it is the case where they are undecided and it does come down to a doctor's determination, I'm hoping that he has still had a normal week of practice to be sharp and ready to go, or that could also be problematic if he doesn't come out and he's not his normal sharp self to start the football game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. So that is your injury report for Texas. It's the Cole Hudson one is the most probable one because you sit there and go, now he's probable. That's good to see him back. I agree when the chat said that I think he was helping out Nick Brooks a lot more than Connor Robertson could, that Cole could kind of help Nick be a little bit more in place and be a little more centered. And when he put Connor Robertson out there, then it's, again, a bunch of guys just trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Connor Stroh played well in the second half of that game last week as well, but not well enough. There's still a lot of things he can't do. And I think Nick Brooks is the more complete player. Connor Stroh is kind of a I'll hit who's in front of me kind of guy. And he can do that decently. But if there's no one in front of him, it goes downhill very quickly for Connor Stroh. So they're going to have to figure that out. Let's give you a couple players to know here, as we do every Friday, give you some of these Vanderbilt players to keep in mind. Of course, to start off is Diego Pavia. He is number 2, their senior quarterback, 24-year-old starting quarterback for Vanderbilt. This is my first note. Elite pest is what I'll describe it. I mean that in the most complimentary terms. I mean that in a pest of when Bruce Bowen was on the Spurs. He was the best pest in the NBA.
Damn, we get the Bruce Bowen comp for.
But I'm saying, like, those guys who just do everything well enough, and those guys that you're just annoyed with them, and you just want to go like they're doing something that shouldn't be legal. And that feels like what Diego Pavia does, because he is a threat on the leg. He is a threat on the run. He is a threat in the passing game. He can throw a deep ball. His intermediate throws are not as great because he lacks some arm strength. But his leadership, his ability to bounce back from bad plays, that dude could get sacked, throw an interception on the next play, and then come back and lead a drive for a touchdown. Like, he does not hold on to any of that. He's so good at so many of those things that he does. And I'm not thrilled that everyone is picking Texas in this week either. I'm not thrilled that I'm like, could we not give Vanderbilt all the ammunition? Could we just be like, yeah, Vander, you guys are great. You're the better team. You're going to win by 60. Can we just tell them that? So maybe they're not as amped up when they walk into Austin to prove everybody wrong. But Pavia is that guy, and I agree with CB. The Pavia brothers are definitely a threat on Dirty Six. They're going to be a problem.
Yeah, Diego Pavia. What's interesting here, though, is this is the 9th game that we're going to play. The only quarterback that I can think of on the schedule that we legitimately saw last season was Cutter Boley, if I'm not mistaken. That's the only we did not face Blake Shapen last year. We didn't face DJ Lagway last year. We didn't face John Mateer last year.
No.
Right? So this is, to me, again.
Hell, we didn't even face Julian Sayin in the playoffs.
We didn't face Julian Sayin.
Even though we didn't play regular game, we played him.
So and what is so unique with Pavia is this offense is Diego. He is the trigger man. He is the everything for this Vanderbilt scheme, this offense, the triple option, everything that they do, all the creativity. This is the first time that this Texas defense gets to see a familiar face. They finally get to play against the guy that they all got to play against, and they all got heavy snaps against. So I am banking on that as well, because from a familiarity standpoint, the only guys we got, like Marcel Reed, they'll be familiar with Marcel. They'll be familiar with Taylor Green, although Taylor Green was injured, and Gunnar Stockton to a very small portion. But Diego Pavia is the first guy outside of Cutter Boley that we're going to see where when you start to play him, it's like, yeah, this is exactly what he has not changed year over year in terms of what they do. They've added, we'll get to some of the people they've added to their offense.
Yeah.
But holistically, you guys are facing the same thing you faced in Nashville a year ago.
Yeah.
It's not that different.
I'll say the defense is much better, but offensively, yeah, you're playing basically the same thing as you played last year. Which goes to a guy who played last year as well at running back, Cedric Alexander, number 28, the junior running back from LBJ right here in Austin. He's a guy who brings speed. He's got a knack to find the hole. He was really, really good at LBJ. I remember that. He can break a big play. That's kind of one of the things you'll see from the running backs. They are not necessarily a big explosive play team out of the pass as much as they are out of the run. And so both the running backs that can go are big play guys. Now, Cedric Alexander is going to get way more carries. He's not hugely used in the passing game, but he gets used in the red zone and he gets used in explosive plays. So they'll run that little shovel pass to him where he doesn't normally break out and catch passes in the flats or whatever else like Trey Wisner. He is much more a Pavia drives the defense and then they throw a little shovel pass and he's right past the D-line and he just takes off. That's more what they do with him. He's got 4 touchdowns on the air receiving because they use him that way in the red zone where they're just really, really good. Between Pavia and Cedric Alexander, and then we'll get to Eli Stowers, they're just really, really good in that red zone. Their other running back is McKylan Young, number 22, senior running back. He's averaging 12.3 yards per carry. He is a home run back, home run hitter. This guy, you know, when you watch baseball and you see that guy who you're like, that dude's never run in his life. All he does is home runs. That's what this dude does. All he does is home runs. He doesn't get a lot of carries. He makes the most of them. You're either going to hit him for a loss of 1 or he's going for 70. Like that is the way this guy goes. He is not a 3 or 4 yard guy ever. He is one way or the other. But those are your 2 backs. And when you see Young come in the game, they don't always even go to him, but you have to account for him because he is such a threat to get downfield on you.
Assignment football is going to be key. KYP, know your personnel. That is huge, huge, huge with this team. When you see 22 on the field, when you see him in certain formations, like just like Patrick said, some of that stuff can be dummy calls, misdirection, and then they go and pass it to Stowers. Like that's how they keep the chains moving.
Yep.
And then they'll go back to running and lulling you to sleep. But Mizzou got caught last week because this boy went 80 on Mizzou last week. He only carried the ball 4 times, and he had an 80-yard run out of it, right? So anytime you see somebody with 31 carries and 5 of them have gone for touchdowns, that gets your attention, right? And so same thing with Alexander. They'll go a lot of 2-back sets and motion some of these guys, but they'll go into their triple option. And if you lose sight of the pitch man, you could be cooked if you have the wrong angle. So knowing your personnel when you're out there and just having the assignments, I think this Texas defense is up for the task discipline-wise to have responsible. If they do that and they keep the pace the whole game, they'll be fine, folks. There's a reason why Vanderbilt hasn't been lighting up the scoreboards. They haven't. They'll be fine. But that's where they get you is that one Mizzou, all it took was 180-yarder, and that's the difference in a win or a loss 17-10 last week.
If we go over to their tight end, Eli Stowers, number 9, he is their senior tight end. He's 6'4". He's an elite receiver. He's got speed. He has a great burst. He can break out of breaks. He works also great with Diego Pavia. That world of Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, they have that relationship as well, where he understands where to be, being a former quarterback, understands how to be. Amazing body control as well. A guy on the sideline who's always good for a catch. He high points the football. He is just a really, really elite receiving tight end. He isn't a great blocking tight end. He's not terrible, but he's not NFL quality blocking tight end because he's a little bit skinnier. He doesn't necessarily have the best technique in blocking. Again, he's a former quarterback, so that's not what he does as well. but he can get out there at 6'4" and go do it. Huge threat in the red zone when plays break down. Huge threat at 6'4" because he can just go up and get that football. But Eli Stowers is one of those guys you have to figure out who's going to be on. How are you trying to contain him? How are you trying to chip him at the line of scrimmage? How are you trying to make him feel contact more throughout this game? Because if you just let him run free and if you're Colin Simmons and you're on his side and you just want to get to Pavia, so you let him go free, that's how he gets big scores. You have to make him regret playing football some. Treat him like a quarterback that you want to put a hit on him in every single play you can. And if you do that, you can take away a little bit of his effectiveness because over the point of the game, he'll slow down a little bit more. But he's going to be really good. He just is really good at what he does.
Yeah, one of the better tight ends in the SEC was one of the preseason guys that was getting SEC hype coming into the season. He's a known name. Last year when we played him, 3 catches, 33 yards, and a touchdown. That touchdown came with 45 seconds left. Where scramble drill, I think it was 4th down. He scored on 4th down, I believe, where we lost them in coverage and they threw the jump ball in the back of the end zone. Outside of that, we played very well against Stowers last year and contained him very well. It was actually Sherrill and some of the other receivers that ate a little bit more in the passing game. PK did a really good job of bracketing Stowers last year, but he got his at the end of that game when to your point, scramble drill happened, the back of the end zone in the red zone. So, and that one, man, looking back at that play, if you play that play again, it's like, damn, we should have picked that off. But that's what they do.
That is what they do. A couple wide receivers for you. Junior Sherrill is their number 1 guy. He is number 0. Junior wide receiver. He is more of a possession receiver. He's got really good speed. They'll use him on end rounds. They'll use him in different places. Runs really solid routes, makes catches, contested catches a lot of the times. Again, isn't necessarily their big deep threat. Their guys have enough speed. They could be. This is not really what they do because Pavia needs to have time to set his feet to get the ball downfield because he just doesn't have the natural arm strength of some other guys. He can throw a good deep ball. If you let him get open and you don't get a pass rush and he gets somebody downfield, he can throw it. But what they really try and do is get some more underneath, get some 10 yards, get the ball in their hands moving and try and get some extra yards on the after the catch. You try and get those yak yards. Another wide receiver for them that they use a lot, Trey Richardson, number 6. He is another junior wide receiver. Has been improving. He is a transfer from a JUCO. He's got really good speed in his routes, and he's been able to make some solid catches this season. He is improving as the season goes on. So he has been their second guy, really. He's not, again, a huge threat. He's got the speed. He can go deep on you if you really want to. But they use him. I mean, look, we'll be real. There's a decent chance they try and take some shots on this Texas team if their O-line holds up. Because it has been a fault of Texas offense. So there's or Texas defense is they've allowed some downfield passes. So you could see them try and take some shots on Texas as long as Texas is not getting pressure. So if they're running a QB spy and their O-line, which is pretty good, is able to hold, you could see them holding the ball a little bit more and try and chunk that ball downfield a couple times. But that's not their main game. That is not what they're really trying to do.
Especially if Taff is out. That's definitely something that they might locate. Sherrill had a good game against us last year. He had the best game out of all the pass catchers, 5 catches, 62 yards, and had 1 explosive play. But net, this is actually going to be a relief for the Texas DBs, considering you're not going against track guys like you did last week. Okay, these guys are good. They're more physical, but at least you're not going against people that run 4.2 or 10.2 in the 100, where it's like, you're just in a back pedal. And Manny Muhammad, who tried to get his hands on Brennan, that's a different type of animal. At least now they're more familiar with this type of receiver. It's a much more favorable matchup for our DBs than the guys we went against last week.
A couple names on the defense to look at. Miles Capers, number 29, is the senior edge. He leads the Vols with 4.5 sacks. He is wiry but powerful. He's got long limbs. He's basically everything you hate to see if you are not Texas offensive lineman, because he is not going to try and just power through you. Power through you guys are the guys you love to see right now, because you can kind of play against them because you are big body guys. You're big, strong guys. But for what they do, he kind of uses his limbs to get around you, get on the other side. He used those limbs to wrap guys up. He's a really sure tackler and finishes a lot of plays. So you're going to have to be careful with him. You may have to really try and watch him with the running back. You may try and watch him with a couple guys. But you're hoping Gooseby is going to have to deal with him because that's your best shot at it. But if he lines up on the other side, sometimes it's going to be a long day.
He's a good football player. He had a good game against us last year. He had half a sack, 7 tackles, as well as a tackle and a half for loss. And obviously their best pass rusher. So Texas, again, should be very familiar with him from having had to face him last year. Now, this is where the familiarity won't be to our advantage as much with the newer personnel on offense versus their defense. As confident as I am about us, basically everybody on the Texas defense going up against Vanderbilt offense, all of them played against each other last year, so it's a wash. But Vanderbilt defense, Miles Capers did go up against Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams and all those guys, and they were able to have a little bit of success, bothering Quinn Ewers.
You get 2 other defensive linemen for them as well. They have some good linebackers. None of them are necessarily, I don't know, none of them have stood out to me the same way, but they're really good. They're really solid. They're good in their assignments. But a couple defensive linemen to show you. Zaylen Wood, number 15. You know, if you ever see a guy who weighs 280 pounds wearing number 15, he's probably pretty decent to get that number, to get a number he wants. Senior defensive lineman, 3 sacks this season. He's an experienced player who just finds the way. So he finds the mismatches, he finds the holes, he finds a way to get inside. Again, not the most physically over-empowering guy, but he's a guy that Texas O-line is going to have just have a hard day with, because he understands how to find where the weakness is in this offensive line and attack it. That's what he's done this season. So he's going to have a hard one. And Corday Sidnor, number 96, is another senior defensive lineman. He is not so much your pass rusher. He's going to play on the edge, some play on the line, but he is a guy who just makes running backs' life hard. So he is somebody who just plays, again, and this is kind of what the linebackers do as well. They just sit in their assignments, and they know what their job is. So when they blitz with effectiveness, they blitz with purpose. But when they're not, it's really hard to catch them off. So when you run the football, those guys are right on top of it most of the time. So it's just kind of a mix and match on that line that is going to be a tough day for this Texas offensive line to try and figure out and block the right guys, because you could see them multiple times trying to go and double team somebody who's not pass rushing while letting somebody else come through. It's just what this O-line's done all season long. So I'm worried about that defensive line of Vanderbilt for sure with Clark Lee.
Yeah, and these guys had success against the offensive line last year. They had 4 sacks in that game. Corday Sidnor did have a sack against Quinn Ewers as well. So the guys we already highlighted Capers, who had a sack and a half. Corday had a sack, and he also had a couple tackles for loss in that game. And again, that was against the offensive lineman of last year. I'm waiting for you to get to the secondary, because the key to this, the key to the whole Vanderbilt scheme is a particular player I'm waiting to hear.
All right, let's see if this is the one. This is the last one I'll have, is CJ Hurd, who is number 8. CJ Hurd is the sophomore safety. This guy is somebody that has really stepped up this season for them. CJ Hurd, by the way, first of all, he's a sophomore, which that's the first time I've said anyone under a junior for this Vanderbilt team. That dude is a intense tackler. He is everywhere he needs to be. And the thing with CJ Hurd, really for me, is that these DBs get beat a lot. These DBs are not great. This is their biggest weakness, is the DBs. Their safeties make up for the DBs a lot. And CJ Hurd has been the guy this season to erase a ton of mistakes by the secondary. He has erased them as the safety and not allowed touchdowns. And for Texas, where you're talking about trying to get explosive plays because the consistency hasn't been there, he is the type of guy who kills that explosive play and takes something that's a 16-yard. It should be a 45-yard run, and it's 16 because he just gets in there and just is a sure tackler.
Yeah, so he's one of their highest graded players overall on the team,
Yeah.
and one of their best players. And he's, similar to how we view Taff as the insurance guy, getting people lined up, being the comms guy, even for as young as he is. He's a transfer sophomore. But the guy though that is going to be key is their star, which is Randon Fontenette. And the reason why I'm saying him is because he was the one that was blitzing off the edge that they were sending. He's number 2. He's the one that they were blitzing to stop our outside zone.
Yeah.
And boot. So we could not run boot last year because they kept sending corner blitzes. And the corner blitzer was Fontenette. He had 2 sacks on his own blitzing from the corner position last year. Now, he's not grading well. Pro Football Focus-wise, he's in the 50s. But styles make fights, and the way that the Vanderbilt defensive coordinator, knowing that Sark wants to run outside zone, establish that, and then establish the play action and the deep crossers off of that, the way he was combating us in Nashville last year was blitzing that corner immediately. So Quinn Ewers was not able to get outside the pocket or extend or wait for stuff to clear, because we were having to deal with that corner all the time. And it's hard for our offensive linemen to get out in space to block somebody when you don't know if he's coming or not, because there were times where he was bluffing. So it turned, if you watch last year's game, watch number 2, because it turned into a chess match if he was coming, and it started screwing up the blocking assignments. Now all of a sudden, Capers gets a sack because we're overcompensating for the corner blitz. If I'm Vanderbilt, I want to see if Texas can block it again, because we had a lot of problems with it in Nashville last year. So I expect, and it's the same guy. So that's something I'm really going to be paying attention to, is that star position. Even though he's not a great football player, quote unquote, it is a problem for the style of offense that we present.
I like that. That is a good shout out there. There are some players to know for Vanderbilt as we get you ready. It's time to get into our MVPs, our X Factors, our final predictions, Steven. So let's start off with our offensive MVP for this game. Who do you predict to be your offensive MVP for this game?
I'm going to go DeAndre Moore, offensive MVP. I think that there's going to be some opportunities, especially in the slot. Especially if we opt to play more 11 personnel, if we opt to try to get a little bit more aggressive throwing the football. It could be him, or I'm going to go him or Emmett Mosley. But I think one of those receivers is going to, because I do think Wingo is going to have some attention coming off his game last week. Parker Livingston is really, really good, but this is just my personal opinion. And he caught a touchdown last week, and he's been battling. I don't think Parker Livingston's been the same since he got his knee clipped when Arch threw him into a hospital ball. And I haven't seen him run the same way I was seeing him run against Ohio State.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I think he's still, I'm not saying he's injured. He's obviously not on the injury report, but he's still wearing a bandage on his leg.
He's still feeling it.
He's still feeling like he hasn't been the same guy since that hit. But Mosley, Moore, I think, are the ones that are going to take advantage of this defense. Just looking at what happened in the Alabama game of the type of receivers that gave Vanderbilt big problems. We do have those type of receivers.
I'm with you. I'm going to go wide receiver as well. I like the Mosley pick a ton because I do think that we've seen him go up. And I think Matthew Caldwell's playing, and I think Caldwell and Mosley have a good connection as well. So I think that could be really big. But I'm going to say Ryan Wingo. I think they do get him involved again. And again, this is a secondary where it may not be in the screen game, but I think if you can get him a couple yards further downfield and get in that same ball, he can get through that secondary. And then it is one guy to beat. And I'm going to trust Ryan Wingo to break
make a house call versus them. Absolutely.
And so I think they're going to try and take off that same support. I don't think Vanderbilt's necessarily going to try and stop that with the secondary because I don't think they can. I think they're going to try and stop it with the pass rush. And they're going to go, well, you're not going to be able to get the ball to Ryan Wingo. I think they're going to have their players really try and go, if you're coming at the quarterback, play in your right passing lane and jump. If you think it's a screen, go up there and block it down. Like, just do not allow that ball to come out that side. So I could see that happening, but maybe if you put him a little bit further downfield, you try and get him on a short little pass, maybe you can get him downfield and get something going. I think that could be a way to go. What about your defensive MVP, Steven? What do you like?
So, by the way, DeAndre Moore last year versus Vanderbilt, 6 catches, 97 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and he was eating off a screen. He had 2 big ones off a screen. But defensively, so last year was the Jelani McDonald game, and Trey Moore was also a big one. I think Trey Moore is going to be huge in this game. I think they're going to use him in a very similar manner to how they used him versus John Mateer and creating a funnel. I think Colin Simmons is going to get a lot of attention, rightfully so, from this Vanderbilt offensive line, and then they have to. If they don't, then that can't. They don't have the personnel. As good as their offensive line is, they don't have a single guy that can just block Colin Simmons one-on-one.
Yes.
So they're going to have a plan to account for that. I think that's where Trey Moore is going to make a lot of noise on the other side, just lining up. This is the type of game where he's going to play a lot of snaps and be used in a manner to mirror Diego Pavia.
I like that. I do think, I think Anthony Hill is going to be insanely important in this game, like what he can do. But I will say I'm not going to give him the MVP because I think he's going to get somewhat negated in a lot of plays by just having to be in the right place at the right time. So I think he's going to have one of those games where he's super important, but maybe you don't see it as much. I'm going to go with Ethan Burke. I think Ethan Burke is a guy that there's going to be the pressure on Colin Simmons. And last week, we started to see Ethan Burke look like the guy we saw at the end of last year, right? We started to see that Ethan Burke pop out last week. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is a guy who all those snaps, everything they've been doing and getting tired is going to come home and really try and eat in one of his last games at DKR and try and go out there and make a point in this game. I think Ethan Burke coming on the other side, maybe in a snap where they switch with the tight end alignment, wherever they do that, because they switch their offensive line, all this stuff. Ethan Burke gets free on one where they're not making sure that they're trying to watch on Colin Simmons. You can't protect both sides like that. That's where that pass rush comes in. By the way, I'll say Murad Watson better show up in this game too. I think he will, but the more Murad Watson can do to pressure up the middle with the pressure on the outside will be huge in this game. But I'm going to go Ethan Burke for my offensive MVP. All right, Steven, let's go to our X factors. Who makes that bit of difference that can turn the tide for these teams? We'll stay on the defense right now. Your defensive X factor for Texas in this game.
Hero Canoe. I am so impressed with his lateral movement and his interior pass rush. You talk about Murad Watson. I think Hero Canoe to me has been the most impressive interior pass rusher on our team. I think he's going to be really, really key to be able to play against both run and pass, but especially on 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 3s, those kind of gray area downs. That I think he's going to be huge for us in the middle with not only his athleticism but his core strength and combating a very good Vanderbilt offensive line.
I like that a lot, and I'm with you. Like because the interior defensive line's got to go, and I'm with you. Hero Canoe has just continued to impress on and off the field, really, this season. Just seems like one of the
Very
coolest dudes,
young man.
And then on the field, his plays continue to impress. I'm going to go with Leona Lafau.
He needs a bounce back game.
This is a game where he is going to be really, really tested. And so, look, the X factor could go both ways for me on this one because he could have a really bad game and it doesn't go well. But Anthony Hill is going to beat up. Leon Lafau is going to have to do some of these plays as well. He's going to have to make sure Pavia is in the right space sometimes as well and let Anthony Hill go try and eat. And so when we see that, I think Anthony Smith is going to have to as well. I expect more out of Leon Lafau at where he's at and the snaps he's taken to be more ready for this kind of game. And I think it's a really, really big one for him.
You know, it's funny. I've been talking about all these different guys that had their big game defensively against Vanderbilt a year ago.
Yeah.
If we remember, Leona Lafau was the one that got the interception on Pavia last year and picked him off and read him in coverage and picked him. So late in the game, he got that interception. That I haven't seen that Leona Lafau in coverage like that we thought we were going to get, that did that to Diego a year ago. So maybe the familiarity may get him back, because he is going to come out there confident. No, I've turned this guy over before, right? Yeah. And so I like that one.
Let's go with your offensive X factor. What do you got?
Do we have a tight end that can? Sark's going to play 12 personnel. He is. Jack Injuries is going to play. My thing is, when we're in 12, and I don't know if it's going to be Towson. I don't know if it's Spencer Shannon. I was so disappointed what I saw from Spencer Shannon last week. But my X factor is Jordan Washington, I guess.
Yeah, that's where I went last week, because I was like, you're like, I can't say injuries anymore.
He's going to play 12 personnel. I know we all want him to open it up and go spread. And maybe Matthew Caldwell is the excuse to just have some tendency breakers on Saturday.
Yeah.
He better be, honestly. This is when you have a new quarterback in there, have some tendency breakers in there too, right? Yeah. That they don't know because he hasn't played that much. With that being said, Sark's going to be Sark. He's always been a 12 personnel guy. Jordan Washington has had moments this year. It hasn't been all bad, right? And so can he give us something without the penalties, with some perimeter blocking? We can run on these guys. My thing is, it's like last season. Are you going to get penalized? Are you going to get called for holding 1,000 times and end up just shooting yourselves in the foot? Or are you going to be able to really establish something and get Trey Wisner going? The tight ends have to be a part of that. Yeah,
no, I'm with you on that. That is we've just been waiting for it, and it feels awful because I don't want to blame Jack Injuries, because what Jack Injuries was brought in to do, he can do if the offensive line holds. It just hasn't held. And so he hasn't really been able to got downfield to many guys. And so Injuries has been less effective because the passing game has been what it is. And that's not what he was brought in to do. So I do feel bad. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's his fault so much as it is just they're defending him well. And what are you going to do when there's no time to try and get anything else done? I'm going to go X Factor. Let's go with Trey Wisner. Let's go with Trey Wisner in the flat. I think Trey Wisner in the flat has been really, really good at picking up the yardage he needs. He's been pretty sure-handed. I like him a lot in that. I don't know how much he's going to be able to run straight ahead in this game. I'm hoping CJ Baxter gets some carries as well. But I like Trey Wisner in the passing game more and more as someone who can maybe chip a guy and then get out if the play goes, especially if Arch ends up playing. To be able to get back in there and maybe break one on these guys where he's able to get past the first area and then just use his speed and strength and leverage to go and make 18, 20 yards on a play or two in this game and have some bigger catches or runs or whatever he's got to do. I really just want something to work out of this run game. I know this may not be the week for it, but I'm going to hope for Trey Wisner. Let's put it that way. I would hope, because we can't put anybody on
the same thing though, Patrick, because this is a week where you have an injured quarterback.
Yeah.
Whether the quarterback's playing or Matthew Caldwell's playing, you would think this would be a week where we get back to our roots and emphasize our run game. Sark has never been a pass happy head coach. He's always been a head coach that has had a sound running game. So if there's ever a week, Baxter would probably be the other guy. Cole Hudson coming back. Maybe having a little bit more push up the middle, trying to negate some of the cat blitzes. How do you negate some of the cat blitzes and some of the exotic stuff? You run the ball right up the middle, right? And you start making them, all right, well, there's no point in sitting all this edge heat and guys from Mexico if they're running the football and they're protecting their quarterback. Being back at home, you're getting your center back most likely. This should be a Baxter game too.
It should
just being a sledgehammer.
Stay on schedule.
and keeping you on schedule. Right.
Schedule.
2nd and 4s, 3rd and 2s, very easy makeable convertible downs.
Let's go with our final score prediction, Steven. I know you're probably picking Vanderbilt by 60. What do you? What do you?
I'm staying with my number, and my number was I did this on Bleacher Report. I said Texas 27, Vanderbilt 13. I think we're going to whoop their ass. I really do. I really do.
I love it.
I like the matchup. It's the same. It's the opposite feeling I had with the Mississippi State game, and I told everybody, I was like, "Yo, the Mississippi State game, both of us are going to have to score," and turned out to be the case. So I do think in this particular game, no place like home. I like Cole Hudson coming back, and I love the familiarity of this defense against the personnel that they will face. As good as Vanderbilt is, they do have their limitations. As good as Pavia is, he has his limitations. He didn't play great football against this group last year. I expect them to stand on business again and not allow the game to get close at the last second because of careless mistakes that occurred because of penalty. The game last year, penalties. Like you said yesterday, Patrick, you said over 100 yards of penalties last year. That is the reason why it was a 3-point game the last time we played. Yep. Vanderbilt does not match up well with us on paper. And when you look at style of play, but Texas has to be disciplined and clean those things up with a backup quarterback or with Archer, whoever. I think they can do so. 27-13 Texas.
They do. And by the way, this year Vanderbilt has not been clean. They have had plenty of penalties this year as well, which is what happens when you have consistently long drives. You're going to get penalties in there. Like, that's one of the reasons why Sark is so big on explosive plays, is because the odds are if you run 25 plays,
something's going to go wrong.
You're going to have a drive killer in there. And Vanderbilt's just been able to get out of those drive killer situations, even when they get a holding or something like that. They're able to come back in. Some of those penalties have been defensive for them as well, them trying to be over-aggressive defensively. So you're hoping that it sways back, that you get a little bit of that home field love on Saturday, and it changes it back a little bit. And if you win that penalty battle, I'm with you. That may be the biggest X factor of all. If you win that, it could change a lot of it. Because I'm with you. Everything says this Texas team should be able to win by double digits, except for having watched Texas play this season. Other than that, everything else, if you just look at numbers and what they matchups and everything else are, but when you watch them play, you just go, oh, this offense just sometimes is the worst offense you've ever seen in your life. They literally snap the ball, and immediately there's 3 guys in the backfield. You're like, how is it this bad? And you run the ball, and you run 3 plays in a row that look like they work, and then the next 5 runs are all stopped behind the line of scrimmage. So there's just been too many times it hasn't worked out, so I'm not going to go as big. I still have Texas winning. I should, because I'm saying everyone should be picking Vanderbilt, so maybe they don't get so, be able to have all the billboard material, locker room billboard material. I'm going to go 23-20. I'll go that it's close.
3-point win.
A 3-point win. It's, I think it could be much bigger, and I think Texas get blown out 50-0. That's a reality that could very easily happen if Texas just doesn't show up early. If they walk out early, Matthew Caldwell takes 2 sacks in the first drive, and we punt, good chance we get blown out. Because if that happens, our defense is going to...
I would be shocked by that.
I would too, but I wouldn't be shocked. But this is the thing. I think the defense, if they're like, what are we supposed to do? If you literally punt the first 3 possessions and you don't pick up a first down, which is extremely possible, the defense is just going to be like, we're tired. We've done this all season. What do you want from us? They're just running play after play on us. We're tired. And then they'll find the one where someone's lacking discipline, and they'll get the ball outside. Like, I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I'm telling you it could. It could very easily happen.
Can I give you something to make you feel a little bit better, Patrick?
What's that?
Do you remember just a few weeks ago when we were playing another top 10 team and we were favored?
I'll get you.
And everybody was like, well, how's Texas favored versus OU? And OU's going to kill them and slaughter them at the line of scrimmage. But Vegas knew the matchup.
They did.
Vegas knew the matchup. And they knew something had to give in that. And because that line, even me at the time, I was like, how the hell is Texas favored over OU, and we're not ranked in their top 10. And all. But when you started really getting into it, it's like, okay, I see the vision here. I'm just saying, same thing.
Oh, no,
now,
I'm 100% with you that I don't think it's going to go that way. But there's been a lot of things I've thought about this team, and then the offensive line has come out and said, hey, guys, we're not playing football today. We don't want to get touched. My mom told me to keep my jersey clean. So I'm going to stand up and pretend I'm playing. We're going to Halloween pretend to play offensive line. We've seen it happen too many times, and 7 guys are in the backfield all of a sudden. And we're like, and then everybody goes, Arch sucks. I don't know if that's the case. I think maybe he's got guys in his face constantly because this O-line has just been really, really bad. I'm hoping that Cole Hudson comes back, is able to help lead some more things. Maybe a couple weeks off for him helps him see some things from a different angle, take a little pressure off his back for a minute, think more clearly with a couple weeks off of not being able to do a little bit more time in the film room. Maybe it helps him diagnose some things better. That's my real hope. But I've also watched this team play this year. So I don't have the overreacting confidence. If I just go back and watch the Oklahoma game, then I'll have confidence again. But that's the one game. And
they had a scarier defensive front than Vanderbilt does.
They 100%.
Without question.
100%. But the scary defensive fronts haven't been the problem. It's defensive fronts who don't play SEC football. And Vanderbilt doesn't necessarily play SEC football. If you say we just have big guys that want to hit your big guys, we can do that. When you go, well, we got smaller guys and they find holes. And you go, oh, no, wait.
Yeah,
you're going to stun and do all that?
Even in non-con, it was a problem.
Yeah. And so that's really the question for them. But I don't know. We'll see on Saturday, and we will see. Both of us got them winning. Let us know your final score predictions in the chat. Let us know on the text line as well. My man Steven from Fanatic Perspective is in the house. We got 50 minutes left in the show on a Halloween. If you're hanging out with us on Halloween, we really do appreciate it. I'm going to crack another cold one. Get ready for the evening's festivities. Hopefully some fun's happening tonight. We'll see. But we'll continue on here. When we come back, I want to look at some of the other games around college football. I want to look at some of the NFL games. The Cowboys play on Monday, but we'll talk about them a little bit. The Texans, also the NBA is going nuts right now. Spurs 5-0 for the first time in franchise history. That is a weird number. It's something you shouldn't be as happy about with the Spurs happening, but we'll tell you why you should be happy about it.
Go Spurs, go!
Yes, sir. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your batitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective, filling in for day 2. Love to have him on the show. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328 is that text line number. Happy Halloween, everybody. We love you. We're saying if you got any good costumes, let us know what they are. If you've got any good Halloween songs, we got to know. Throw those in. My man Craig's got the prediction 27-17 Texas. Allen says Texas by 10. Throw in your final score predictions as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us on a Halloween evening as we are getting closer and closer to it becoming Halloween evening. I have not seen a trick-or-treater. I am at the window. I could see out front. I have not seen one yet. It is still early, 5:12. Early. But sometimes you get the little kids early.
The little ones, the cute ones.
The little ones come out early. But I have not – my street's kind of off. So sometimes I'll walk my dog on Halloween, and then you'll see him like down the street or on the major thoroughfares, like the bigger roads. You'll see some more guys out there, but not necessarily in the backwoods here where we're at. So we'll see if we see any before the end of the show. I'll let you know if I got any trick-or-treaters walking by. Here, I've just seen some normal people walking their dogs, so nothing Halloween yet.
I want to give a shout out to some of the people here in the chat. Obviously, CB,
yes.
Amin. I see my people in here. Amin, Alan, Makeda. The usual suspects that also follow me over on Fanatic Perspective. Awesome. So I appreciate y'all coming, hanging out.
Love
on
it.
This wonderful platform. Let's get it.
Love it. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Hope everybody gets their sleep, gets ready for an 11 a.m. game. Texas does need to be loud tomorrow. You do need to bring it. This team has been gone since non-con. This is the first SEC game in the building this season.
Versus a top 10 opponent.
Top 10 opponent. It is going to be a lot of fun, but we need people to get rowdy for this game and get out at 11 a.m. and show up. So hoping that will all happen for us. Also, I want to talk a little bit about this before we get to other college games. Texas basketball starts next week. We're getting
the Dukies
versus Duke. I want to give this. I saw this video today, and it makes me happy. First of all, shout out RT. Glad RT found a new gig. Thrilled for him. He was always a class act dude, always very nice to me personally.
Rooting for him always.
He is now a scout for the Pelicans and going to be working with ESPN, son. I wonder if they're going to put him on a Texas game.
I don't see any hate. I mean, I don't see why not. There's no bad blood there, right? It's not like a Chris
he knows the team
or anything.
But it would be weird to be like, hey, I was your coach last year. I was a coaching of some of these players on the court.
Right. And all the players, I mean, if you've listened to several of the players, they've spoken very highly of RT, right, in their time and wanting him to,
yes,
relationships extend far beyond the basketball court, right? They still talk to him, all that type of stuff. Now, he's actually very well liked in the basketball community, which is in his
100%.
Very well liked.
I remember talking to like Fran Fraschilla back in the in the back room and other ESPN analysts and other guys who were there. And you kind of talk, and they would all ask the same question. They go, "Why do people want Rodney Terry fired?" No one got it because everyone's like, "This is a really good dude." And now it changed a little bit the second season, but the first year when they were like, "There's all this talk like he took your team there," and they're like, they didn't want to give him the job. I remember when they hadn't given him the full-time job. That was when they were pissed. They're like, "What do you have to do? What do you have to do to get the job around here? Like this dude's winning." Like doing everything right. So he's always, everyone always vouched for him. Everyone loved him. So I'm happy for that. But I saw this video put out by Longhorn Network and Texas Ben's basketball today, hyping it up. And this is the hype up to get you pumped up for next week. It's going to be some turnovers, but we are talking about a much faster paced style of basketball than what we have seen in recent years. Way faster than Rodney Terry, way faster than Chris Beard, way faster than Rick Barnes, way faster than Shaka Smart. This is what they're talking about. And here's a little hype video. And the first little bit of it I saw today, I was like, all right, let's see if this works.
Time you can throw an advanced pass before half court, it's like gold. There's no play that I can call. There's nothing that we can do that's going to be better than getting the ball to a guy like Kendall running full speed before the defense is set and let him attack the rim.
There you go. That little pregame, that little speech right there is really encompassing of that style of basketball that Texas is going to try and play this year. Get the ball in, but we don't necessarily have a point guard dribble the ball up the court. We want to advance the ball as fast as possible and make your defense sweat before you're set.
You know, this is going to be a very interesting, this opener. I don't have high expectations for the Duke game, just being honest with you.
No,
because
this is more of a, I want to watch and see what we have, but if we lose, it doesn't take away this season.
Yeah. I mean, and health, I just want to see making sure people are available, because one of the things that we had an issue with starting with the Ohio State opener last year was availability of guys, right? Like, even down to Tremont Mark, who wasn't really full go until a certain point in the season. And then he wasn't even what we really needed him to be, which was actually the lead guard until the SEC tournament. So they were always helter-skelter because Jordan Pope wasn't really a true lead guard. He's really more of a combo 2 guard.
Yeah.
And then Trey, Trey needed his shot diet, let's be honest. So we were kind of helter-skelter. I'm very curious to see the organization of this team, but also how we look in the front court, because I do like some of the guys that they have versatility-wise in the front court, and how they kind of mesh with the old guard, which is our back court, the Chendall Weavers, the Jordan Popes, the Tremont Marks, who are still here, right? And so how does that all work itself out? And then you got some guys coming in like, the young man from Purdue, who's a 3-and-D guy, and some of the other type of players we have. So the Duke game, I think, is going to be what type of style we play, but I'm not outcome-wise. I expect Duke to run away with it. But as we get more into our non-con and really starting to see, Sean Miller has to evaluate. Let's just be honest. He's got to evaluate what he got right now. So that's just my outlook on it. I'm not like, I don't have the type of expectations I had coming into last season when we played Ohio State.
No, I'm curious to see things of Modest Voiktitis, like how he runs the court, how he's able to fit into this. Because I think Traore can run. I think that we know Dalen Swain's going to be able to run. So it's going to be curious of like, is he going to be able to sit in this rotation and actually play big minutes for Texas? But I'm excited to see how they match up, what they're able to do, how they're able to move the ball quickly, what the chemistry is early in the season. One of the things that killed Texas last year was so many people were hurt that they never really got time together. It feels like everyone's pretty healthy right now. And so like the Tremont Mark injury, the fact that he just wasn't able to be there in practice. And then like I get at the end of the season, they were giving him a point, and you kind of had to at that season, but it was because there was no chemistry anywhere on that team. And you were just it was just get the ball to Trey Johnson and then we'll figure it out. I'm hoping for more chemistry.
At the collective minutes that the main core that they expected to play together was like 2 games. But by the time we got to conference play.
Oh no, they asked at SEC Media Days, they asked Kendall Weaver, they go, so who are you looking forward to that rematch for in SEC play? He goes, I'm just looking forward to being in the SEC play. He's like, I missed like most of last season. He
missed most of it. Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, it was like, I'm excited to see what they do. What is your expectations, or at least where is it for you for Texas basketball this season where you're like, this is where I'd be happy with it? Is it just appearance? Is it win one game in the tournament? Is it competing for an SEC title? Like, where do you put it where you go, I don't want to have unlofty expectations? But
I'm not even going to go outcome right now, because outcome-wise, Rodney Terry wasn't terrible. We got to the tournament.
That's true.
We went to the Elite Eight. I mean, it's not – it was the perception of things, right? do we look well coached? What do our out of timeouts look like? A low basketball IQ, just nonsense, right? Especially in certain games in conference that if we start to really jog the memory, it's like, man, like we look like we're behind several coaches in this league. And that's where I lost the case. I was rooting for Rodney, and I always will, but I was starting to lose that fight because if you look at the coaching hierarchy in the SEC, it's crazy. Okay. Yep. So now that Sean Miller is a part of this, Sean Miller has been in big dog leagues. He's been, the Pac-12, the old Pac-12 was a big dog league when he was there with Arizona and having to compete with all of those coaches, right? And so now that I look at Sean Miller, I want to look at it to at least know that when I watch Texas basketball, I don't think we have the best coach in the SEC, but at least it's like he's one of the upper echelon guys, like the way Tennessee should feel about a Rick Barnes or Florida feels about their guy. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking to see from Sean Miller. I'm not judging him on outcome year one because he didn't get his point guard that he thought he was going to get from Xavier to follow him. The kid went to Louisville. So I'm kind of giving him grace year one. I really am.
No, I'm with you. I give him grace. I'll say you still got to make the tournament. I mean, there's 653 teams in the tournament now. So you should be able to make the
and Jordan, you're not paying Jordan Pope and Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver to come back to miss the tournament tonight.
No. Also, 14 teams out of the SEC are going to make the tournament. So you might as well try and make the tournament. But I'm with you. My expectations are not wholly high in there. It'll change once I get to see these guys play more to be like, okay, let's temper this. They just don't have the talent on this roster this year. They got to get some more. Like we can see, he's brought in 2 shooters already in the recruiting portal. You're going to see him try and bring in more shooters because you just got to space the floor more. You got to be able to hit threes in today's game. And so he's going to be trying to do that. But I'm curious to see. I'm really excited to see what they do. And I think Duke's a good matchup because you can get really too high on your team in non-conference at points when you're like, oh, this is great. And then you get in your first SEC game and you have 14 turnovers in the first half because you're just like, oh, that works against guys who aren't as fast as you. But now when everybody's as fast as you and as big as you and as strong as you, it becomes harder. So we'll see. And I mean, hell, we're all going to watch Auburn this year too and see what happens with Bruce Pearl taking a step aside and his kid taking over. If that is...
Well, if you also remember last year with Texas, with Rodney Terry, some of the criticism as well was our non-conference schedule not being up to par to get ready for the SEC.
Yep.
And that was one of the reasons why when we jumped into SEC play, I remember that week where we had a gauntlet where we played the number 1, number 3, number 6, number 7, number 8 team like in a row.
Yep.
After playing New Orleans over Christmas.
Which was weird too, because the reason they didn't, which I know people were giving on Rodney Terry, but the reality of why that wasn't so much on Rodney Terry. It was more on the fact that they didn't know that they wanted to have Rodney Terry. So they were like, well, we don't want to put all these hard games and not have a coach. And it felt like now they kind of were more planning on what they were going to have. Chris Beard also didn't want to play anybody non-conference. That was kind of a Chris Beard thing. He didn't want to do that. He fell more in the camp of coaches of wins matter. So I prefer to win every non-conference game. So I don't want to play anybody that hard. So there's different coaches. There's different theories. I know CDC wants to big games. So the Duke one's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to this weekend in college football as well. It's not quite the same weekend as we've been having, where we've been having especially insane weekends of SEC football. Of course, Vandy, Texas is going to be a good game at 11 a.m. At 2:30, we do get the cocktail party, which is going to be a good one. What do you like in the cocktail party? Is Florida going to play for whoever their interim coach is, who I can't remember off the top of my head?
I think they'll have I think it'll be, kind of like it was last year, right? Where Lagway made it interesting, hit a few throws, and he ended up getting hurt with the hamstring versus Georgia last year. Georgia's defense has been susceptible this year. So I do think Florida is going to move the ball a little bit. But Gunnar Stockton and them have been on a roll. They're just a lot better offensively. And Mike Bobo hasn't gotten enough credit this year for what the job that he's done. Especially, Georgia's won shootouts this year. They've won games where Kirby Smart's And Glenn Schumann's defense has not shown up per se, and they've come away with a win anyway. So I do think that they'll put up too many points for Florida to hang. I think the scare test for Georgia, though, Patrick, is not the Florida game. I think when they go to Starkville, that Mississippi State game before they play us, is going to be interesting because Mississippi State has played them close the last couple years. And I do think that some of the issues they have defensively and the fact that Georgia's had an issue with just not having that Michael Williams, Jalen Walker type pass rusher, like, let's just be honest, they haven't been getting home like they typically have. We'll see. But I think their interesting game is coming next week, not the Florida game.
Let's look over at the Oklahoma-Tennessee matchup, the 6:30 matchup. Tennessee's favored by 2.5. This one is, I keep feeling, I like, it just feels like Oklahoma isn't the team that people put them out to be. And I think Tennessee is very much the team that we think they are. Oklahoma has not looked anywhere like what they look like before Texas in non-conference and against Michigan. They just don't look like that same team at all.
They were fraudulent in many ways. And let me be very clear. The defense is still good, but the defense is very good, but they're very aggressive and they're susceptible. They have weaknesses, and Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin exploited many of those weaknesses with good veteran quarterback play from Trinidad Chambliss and having a Hammer and Lacey running the football. It changed some things. Steve Sarkisian exploited some things against that defense with the outside zone concepts in Trey Wisner. Trey Wisner's now eaten that defense twice, 2 years in a row. So as good as they are and as great as that pass rush is, y'all heated up, like, let's think about it. You heated up Jackson Arnold, who got benched last week. He's not even the quarterback for Auburn anymore. And you heated up Bryce Underwood, who wasn't allowed to run in that game. And both of those games were at home in Norman in the comfort of your own home. And John Mateer became this superstar because he was putting up 24 points against these teams. And all of a sudden it's like, wait a second. And I kept telling him, I was like, yo, y'all only putting up 24 points. It's not like you're setting the world on fire. You're beating people 24-16. Like, what's impressive about this? Now that you're playing this gauntlet schedule that they have, going on the road to Knoxville, playing the same scheme that you just played last week with the veer and shoot. Now, Joey Aguilar doesn't move the way Trinidad moves, but Tennessee's hell of explosive. They're going to throw the ball downfield. Your secondary has trouble covering downfield. I don't like this situation for OU. The only way out of this, OU's going to have to score, and they're going to have to run the ball. And I don't see them being able to do that in Knoxville for 4 quarters to win that football game. I don't see it.
No, I'm with you on that one. Looking around the rest of the league, we get the Miami SMU game, which is an interesting one. Some people believing SMU could push back in this game, that maybe SMU is just not put their best foot forward yet, but could. Miami looking still really, really good. 10th ranked team in the country. Miami's 10.5-point favorites in this game, but I think this one could be worth keeping an eye on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, big game in Dallas for SMU, and I got Miami. I just think that the lines of scrimmage are going to be too much, and I don't see the personnel on SMU to exploit that. I still think SMU is still getting a little love from that special team they had last year. Now, the only thing I will say is this. If there's ever a time for Mario Cristobal to trip over his own feet, it has nothing to do with football. It's just him losing focus and smoking one. That's where I think people have questions. But if Miami's focused, they should win this game.
We also get the USC-Nebraska game. USC favored by 4.5. This feels like a must-win for USC at this point. Nebraska.
Where's this game at?
It's in Nebraska. It's in Lincoln.
And USC's favored by 4.
4.5, yeah. This feels like a game. Again, USC's a better team. USC's played good football. No, Nebraska hasn't necessarily, and Matt Rule just got the new contract.
I was about to say, this is the week he just got an extension.
He just got the extension. He doesn't have to prove anything. He's not trying to get that Penn State job anymore. He's good to go. There's a little link. he doesn't have to work as hard right now. He just got the new extension. Meanwhile, Lincoln Riley may be trying to find his way out of USC if he's feeling the heat. There's some other jobs open now. Maybe he looks that way. Maybe he's looking the NFL for Lincoln Riley. I think this is a game for USC that as long as they don't beat themselves, they're good enough to beat Nebraska, even on the road.
I think that this one's interesting because part of me wants to pick Nebraska, and this game's at night. Part of me wants to roll with Nebraska here on this, and for the upset. So I think I'm going to do it with Matt Rule getting the extension. I just don't trust Lincoln Riley in some of these games. I know that they're ranked. I know that the quarterback's playing a lot better, and they've played pretty good ball for the most part of the season. They're still ranked, but give me Nebraska in the upset here.
I like that. One I will say that I'm gonna I have hopes for before we move on to some NFL because we're getting up against it now. But the Penn State Ohio State game, there's just this little bit of hope for me. And I know I shouldn't be rooting against Ohio State. You want them to, but yeah, come on. I think that Penn State has talent on that roster, and I don't think there's really any way they have a chance to beat them, but I do think there's a chance to scare them in the first half. I think there's a chance to scare them in the first half of this game, and that to me would be hilarious if this game goes into half like 20-17 Penn State, where they're like, "Holy crap." And then Ohio State's going to win because they're the better team. They're way better coached. They're all the things that you want to be at. Drew Aller's out now, too, with the injury. So, I do not expect Ohio State to be beaten. It's an 18.5-point line. I think Ohio State's going to be fine second half. But I'm really curious if Penn State can come out of a bye, come out of everything they've been in, try and go, all right, we have a ton of talent on this roster. We were a playoff team last season. Everything should still be okay for us to be a decent team. And we just lost the track of it somewhere. Can they flip that around at all against a really good Ohio State team? Or does their horrible, horrible season continue? That's an interesting one to watch. I just think the first half could be interesting.
Is Jim Knowles still the defensive coordinator at Penn State?
I believe so, yes.
That's their only shot to make this interesting early, is that Jim Knowles cooks up something against personnel he's familiar with at Ohio State. That's the angle I'm going, because I don't see Ethan Grunkenmeyer as a freshman going into Columbus, Ohio, and scaring Ohio State's defense. Hell no. That is belt to ass. Okay. And the thing is they're going to be so one-dimensional having to run the football to protect him because he could barely hold his water against Iowa. Okay. So the only way you make this thing interesting is you do something that nobody's been able to do yet this year, Patrick, is make Julian Sand look like a freshman.
That's what you're hoping to do.
Nobody's touched that kid yet. He's been flawless.
Yeah.
Jim Knowles going to have to cook something up because they do, to your point, they have the personnel on defense to make Ohio State uncomfortable and to keep the game low. But they only have so many snaps in them. You know what I mean? Like they can't just be on the field for 80-something snaps. True. So that's going to be the key. Can they get a defensive touchdown? Can they get a block punt? Yes. Something like that. It's going to have to be that way. I do not rely on the Penn State offense to scare you. No.
I agree. I'm with you on that one. Let's look at some NFL real quick. We saw the Ravens win 28-6 over the Dolphins. Ravens starting to look a little bit better. Lamar Jackson's back. The report is that the Dolphins have no intention to let go of Mike McDaniel before the end of the season. They expect to keep him. I don't know why no one is being like, well, clearly they're just tanking. This is the owner who got fined and suspended for trying to pay his coach, Brian Flores, to tank games and then have a backstage meeting with Tom Brady that he was going to bring in Tom Brady. I don't like, of course he's not getting a new coach. He doesn't want to win.
He wants to tank. Special.
It's like, come on. By the way, he's only paying the black half of Mike McDaniel to lose games, right? That's how Stephen Ross does things. is there. He doesn't want to hurt
I
a white
saw
coach.
CB in the comments said that Stephen A was trying to start a race war this morning on First Take because
He was. I saw a little bit of it. I'm like, I don't want to watch
Chris
this.
Greer. Look, I know the brother got fired. I want to speak on this. I know the brother got fired, but the brother had been there since 2016, and he had done Nathan. Okay. The other thing is, technically, they still got a brother as the head coach. Technically.
Technically,
they still. Hey.
Well, But that was the thing is you're like, the reason he gets fired is because he convinced Stephen Ross to spend a bunch of money in 2016, and then they just ditched all those players on the defense, leaving him as sitting ducks because they got no defense. And then Tua is starting to regress. Jalen Waddle has not really been the guy they wanted him to be.
They paid Tua too.
Yeah, they paid Tua as well, but I think they're ready to move on from that. You can move on from guys in the NFL. We've seen plenty of teams do it. The Eagles paid Carson Wentz, and they've been in 2 Super Bowls since.
The Dolphins are tanking. You're right. The Dolphins are tanking. It's obvious. And honestly, part of this too is Mike McDaniel is as much of a lame duck as he is. He still has so much value as somebody's offensive coordinator or some.
Yeah.
Like you also kind of want to dictate. You don't want him. You kind of want to dictate where he kind of funnels to.
Yeah.
And if you fired him right now, he could end up in your backyard screwing you over. You know. If he goes to New England, like, you know what I mean? So you want to kind of, you let that play out. I agree with them. The season's already over. Who cares? Let it play out that way. Let's talk about the Ravens. Lamar Jackson getting back. You made the point last week of them getting that win versus the Bears with Tyler Huntley just buying them time. The Ravens' schedule looks very favorable down the stretch. They're only one or two games behind the Steelers. The Steelers are having to play Indianapolis this week. The Ravens could get right back in the mix. I think they've handled this actually really well with how they've slowly brought back Lamar. He looked like himself last night. The brother looked comfortable. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. You know he always balls out in Miami, his hometown. But that's exactly what you wanted to see if you're a Baltimore fan.
Yeah, they're starting to get the defense back. I mean, that's kind of the biggest thing. They've been able to score with Lamar Jackson. They just had some defense. In the last couple of weeks, they've had defense. And if that's the way to go, you want to do it. And there's no quarterbacks worth tanking for right now. But you're always – that doesn't mean you shouldn't tank because there's always players worth tanking for. There will be offensive linemen and defensive players and guys like that who could be stars. I don't know if you're getting the quarterback this year. The quarterback maybe next year. The quarterback maybe in free agency. You are still paying.
They'll gas up somebody. And
there's enough quarterbacks in this.
Yeah,
and there's also enough quarterbacks in this class that you may not have to take them first round. You maybe take a second round quarterback and still get somebody decent that you can put in there, second, third round quarterback, and go like, well, let's just see. So we still have Tua, but we can see. I know they got Quinn Ewers as well, so they're going to kick the tires on that one. Quinn Ewers doesn't feel like a ownership pick though. That feels like that
was a McDaniel's pick.
Yeah. So I think with Mike McDaniel gone, Quinn Ewers saying loses some steam because that system fits what Texas does so well. So it fits what Quinn Ewers does. So depending on who they hire, that's where you go with Quinn, or else it kind of ends up like Sam Ehlinger in Indy, where it's like, well, this isn't what he does. So send him somewhere where he can do what he does.
Exactly.
And now he's in Denver where they do more what he does, which I know sounds crazy the way I just came out of my mouth, but but the problem is Bo Nix is there, and Bo Nix is really good. So that's the problem there.
Very young.
Yes. So but I hope that Sam still gets at least one more shot to at least get some snaps, be a good backup quarterback. I think he'd be a really good backup quarterback for them as well. Let's look at that Texans-Broncos game real quick. Texans favored by 1.5 in this game. I don't know why. Houston is at home, but they're 3-4 on the season. The Broncos are 6-2. The Broncos look like they're turning a corner and starting to play better and better football. Houston, the line would tell you that they feel the Seattle game was an anomaly on Monday Night Football. That the fact that their offense could not do anything would tell you that's the anomaly and not the trend, that C.J. Stroud's going to play well enough and they'll figure out ways to move the ball a little bit, even if they can't really run it, even if they have to get around. The injuries to this Texans offense, the offensive line being terrible, I don't know how you're a 1.5 favorite in this game. I just don't.
I got the Texans.
You got the Texans.
I got the Texans. Look, here's the thing. Best kept secret is teams after they play Dallas. you get this false sense of that you're the shit, okay? And and that's what it's after you play Dallas. See, here's the thing. Bo Nix and them were actually struggling before this. Don't let the 33-point fourth quarter fool you, brother. They weren't consistent.
No.
They weren't. You played Dallas, and all of a sudden you look like the Drew Brees New Orleans Saints.
What was that
The
RJ
prime-
Harvey line? What's the RJ Harvey line in that game? The RJ Harvey line was nuts.
He had Dallas
RJ
went
Harvey
for
had
100
7 carries for 46 yards and 2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns.
Averaged 6.6 yards per carry. J.K. Dobbins 15 carries for 111 yards.
Yeah, the Texans are going to win this game.
7.4.
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, the Texans are going to win this game because the Texans-Seahawks game was closer than that game looked on. Because here's the thing. The Texans defense is going to automatically give you a chance to win because the Broncos offense isn't what you saw versus Dallas. Anything you see versus Dallas is not real, okay?
Yeah.
That's not their real offense, okay? Just like Bryce Young and them. And look at Rico Dowdle.
Oh, Rico Dowdle's not MVP? I thought he was MVP.
Right? Look at everybody after they played Dallas. You know what I'm saying? It took Jordan Love weeks to get back on track after the Dallas game. So now that they feeling themselves, this is the perfect time to get caught 1 o'clock on the road versus a ferocious defense that's pissed off coming off a L. Where I watched that Seahawks Monday night game, and the game flow was weird. There were several even though it felt like the Seahawks kept running away and Jackson Smith-Njigba was cooking. It was like kind of like within a score. My question for you is, what is the status of Nico Collins? Is he available?
Yeah,
or
I don't say.
What's that situation looking like?
Because they worked well without him, and they've used him so awfully. I think they've had him in motion like less than 10% of the plays. Like they're not. It's not good what they're doing with him. They're just using him as a decoy so much more. It's one of those things where a young offensive coordinator thinks they're smarter than they are, and it's frustrating. Nico Collins, full practice last Thursday and Friday.
So here's the other thing I want to bring up about the Texans, going back to the defense.
Yeah.
So we were talking about the Seahawks game, right?
Christian Kirk also full practice, so he should come back. I mean, not quite the same,
but I was confident after that Seahawks game that the Texans were going to beat the 49ers the following week. And Mac Jones had been playing very good ball. And they were the first team to really shut down Mac Jones, and they were the first team to shut down Christian McCaffrey. I actually think Mac Jones and them were running better, more consistent offense than what you'll see from Denver. Bo Nix will have guys running wide open. He'll miss them. He missed them in the Dallas game. But he had so many opportunities that eventually he just hit on one anyway. So, I really do think you guys are going to be okay against Denver. I really do.
I
also,
hope so.
Patrick Surtain is gone.
Yeah.
There's no
That's
PS2.
true.
We did pick on their backup corner a lot. It's just that the game was so lopsided. Yeah. But Dallas was able to move the ball against Denver. It's just that Dak, for the first time in the whole season, Dak wasn't Superman. We have a couple mistakes in the red zone, and all of a sudden we're getting blown out. But we were moving the ball between the 20s, even against that Denver front.
Speaking of the Cowboys, since I won't have you here on Monday, Cowboys and Cardinals on Monday Night Football. Dallas favored by 3.5. The Cardinals have not looked good this season. They have fallen apart, and the Marvin Harrison Jr. pick, it just feels like he's never quite been there. More and more reports about
he'll
Kyler
go for
Murray.
$180 against us, though.
Kyler Murray, you keep getting the reports of Kyler Murray that they're like, that dude does, like, you should have never paid him, because the second you did, that dude does not care. He is not there. When you had to put in his contract, you got to watch film. That's a bad sign. And
here's the thing. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But the Smurf gonna go for 500 on Monday night. All right. The Smurf, that damn Smurf is gonna go for, that elf is gonna go for 500 on Monday night. Marvin Harrison is going to go for 200. They're going to get their whole bonuses taken care of against Collier, Elam, and God knows who. We have people getting concussions at home, Patrick. At home. We are not serious. We are a freaking joke. Okay? We have an owner who is running the team as a side hustle. We are not serious. We will win at home in an exciting shootout because we haven't lost at home technically yet, and we've been dropping 40 on everybody in Dallas. So we're going to win the game probably 45-42 in overtime. But the Smurf is going to go for 500 yards. Marvin Harrison's going to go for 200, and then he's not going to catch another touchdown the rest of the season. And then after that, Arizona's going to be straight ass the rest of the season. I'm telling you how this is going to go on Monday night.
Kyler Murray, a light practice last couple days with a foot injury. Didn't play last week.
And you're gonna hear he's undefeated in AT&T Stadium since high school. That's the other stat you'll hear.
Y'all are gonna get beat by Jacoby Brissett and Bam Knight.
Bam Knight's going for 120. I picked him up in fantasy. Zenovian is his government name. He's going off. Everybody, I've started doing this because you know what? I'm like Denzel Washington. I'm leaving with something. If I have to root for this, I'm picking up anybody facing my team in fantasy. I'm picking you up.
I love it.
I had hella Broncos on the squad last week. And before that, I had Bryce Young. And before that, we had Jets. You know what? I'm leaving. I had Garrett Wilson the week before. He got me what I needed. We leaving with something.
I like that. I love it. I love it. I do think the Cowboys can win this game. It's just got to be another 40.
We'll win.
They can win they just got to score 38 points, something like that. 37, 38 points.
It's going to be like 45-38, something like that.
All right. We're going to take our second break real quick. We're going to come back. We'll talk a little NBA. We'll get to our meatheads, get you ready for Halloween. We appreciate you hanging out with us. 5-0 Spurs, baby. Go Spurs, go. We'll be right back in 2.5 minutes. Wrap up the show here on a Friday afternoon. My man, Steven from Fanatic Perspective filling in here on a Friday afternoon on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country. as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to sendtexttickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. sendtexttickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's sendtexttickets.com.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Friday afternoon. Happy Halloween. If you're still hanging with us, we really do appreciate you hanging with us on a Friday afternoon for Halloween. Roy Timber says he's finally figured it out. Open Gym costume is Islands in the Stream with Patrick as young Kenny Rogers and Steven obviously in a Dolly shirt. What was the young Kenny Rogers band? What band was that he was in? They were like a psych rock band. Kenny Rogers in back in the day. Oh, now I gotta look up who that is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
That's way before my time.
Kenny Rogers, the first edition. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. They had one hit, like a psych rock hit. If you want to go back and listen to that, Kenny Rogers in the first edition.
Man, you have a good music mind now.
Oh, I was right. Like I've worked in music for the last 25 years, not 30 years, 20 some years. My parents, my dad was a bass player. My mom was a backup singer. It's like my, I come from
it's in the DNA.
Music
I got it.
Yeah. So but most of my friends are musicians that I hang out with most of the time. That's who I came up working with. So I do love me some music. I do. And appreciate you, Roy, hanging out with us here. I hope you're going to have a happy Halloween tonight as we get into it. Little couple of Halloween stories we got for our meathead of the day here. We did get to see our man Jahmyr Gibbs, who had a different costume today, but he said this one was the one I saw earlier.
Not the Jeff Hardy. That one was fire.
He is also with this chick dressed as the people from Avatar. The Naveen's or whatever they are. But there is Jahmyr Gibbs as Jeff Hardy and Lita with this chick, which was awesome. Solid one there.
I feel like they've been the collective winner so far on social media.
They have. Here's CJ Stroud telling the story of who he dressed up as a kid. I like this little story.
Hey, CJ, while you were growing up as a kid, did you have a favorite Halloween costume to wear?
I was actually, which is kind of funny, I was actually Drew Brees for a couple years. I had a Saints, I don't know, I would go to I don't know, what was Dick's Sporting Goods called back in the day? It was something else before it was Dick's Sporting Goods. Was it Sports Authority? Yeah, it was Sports Authority. I used to go to Sports Authority, and my dad bought me this little plastic helmet with the jersey and the pants, and he used to throw me 40 passes a night. And I was a little boy. I probably wore that for 2 years straight. But yeah, that's the one I can remember.
So a little nice one. CJ Stroud dressed up as Drew Brees for Halloween. Like that.
I have a hilarious Drew Brees story.
Okay.
Well, it's not my story, but I saw it on TikTok because he just got nominated or the retirement at Westlake.
They just retired his jersey at Westlake.
And you just think of Drew Brees, his class personified and all that. And I saw somebody's thing, I think it was on Instagram or TikTok, and they were talking about it was a buddy from the hood who said he had met Drew Brees at a 3K walk or something like that. And he said he pulled up on Drew Brees to try to get an autograph, but he came at him from the side. And Drew Brees pressed him up against a wall by his collar in front of his girl and was like, "Do not run up on me like that, cuz." And literally, he's like, my feet were dangling off the ground. He was like, I had no idea Drew Brees was about that life.
Whoa. All right. First of all, how short is the guy who's getting his feet off the ground from Drew Brees?
Right. He's not
Drew Brees 5'10".
It's hilarious. I gotta send you the clip. It's hilarious. He's like, "Yo,
that's the one we talked to." My man Mark Henry. Mark Henry talked.
He's like, "Do not play with Drew Brees."
No, Mark Henry would be, though. He would be like, all these people walk up on you like they know you, and they slap me in the back. And he's like, it's so hard for me to not kill them. Because I can turn around and just with my bare hands murder somebody. So he would be like, do not. By the way, so if you ever see Mark Henry, I will tell you,
don't pull up like that.
Don't pull up on him like that. And if you ever see Drew Brees, apparently don't. But I mean, that many years living in New Orleans, I get it.
And he said it was post-retirement Brees too.
Oh yeah, but I don't care. That many years.
He said it was post-retirement. Like, so he had been in New Orleans for a minute. Like, he was like, he had that.
It's not Chargers. It's not San Diego Drew Brees.
No. He's like, he had that dog in him. He's like, I wasn't ready for that, bro.
Oh, last one we'll throw before we talk about the Spurs for the last 3 minutes of the show. There are some people who don't like Halloween. Matt LaFleur, one of the people who does not like Halloween.
I don't give a shit if it's Halloween. All right. We're trying to win a game.
Matt LaFleur does not care that it is Halloween.
What a clip. What a clip. We got right to it.
I love it. And that's like every fan football coach hates every holiday during football season. They're just distractions. That's all they are distractions. I don't like them.
Don't trick or treat at his house.
Do not trick. Well, I bet his wife is fine and the kids love Halloween. I'm sure all of that. But Matt LaFleur he won't be at the house. He'll be working. Be working late. Before we get out of here, loved hanging out with you this week, Steven. Fanatic Perspective. Make sure to check it out on YouTube. Make sure to check it out on all social media. Check out Fanatic Perspective, especially because he's going to have really good, not only Texas football, Texas basketball, everything Texas and the Cowboys, Spurs coverage as well. And this could be a really fun Spurs season. Spurs 5-0 for the first time in history, which is weird when you think about all the great teams, all the 50-win seasons. 5-0 doesn't seem like that number. Like 10-0, you go, okay, well, that's a little bit, but 5-0 doesn't seem like that number. When they told Wemby it, he goes, really?
That's when I knew we were going to get 5-0. When he had that look in his eye after they said that.
Yeah.
That's when I knew they were going to beat the Heat. And that was a game coming in. Bam Adebayo had a great game last night. The Heat wanted that game. I mean, they had to come back from 15 points down.
Yeah.
I was really just heated in the fourth quarter, worried. But I want to give some shout-outs to some unsung heroes on the Spurs because Wemby's getting all the press accolades.
He is.
Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper getting all, look, all those brothers deserve their love. But I want to give a shout-out to Harrison Barnes. Yep. Harrison Barnes providing veteran leadership, timely shooting, timely spacing on the floor. There's a reason why these guys are in the lineup and why this has worked. And the other person I want to give a shout-out to, Patrick, is Keldon Johnson.
Dude, Keldon's a man.
A few years ago, Keldon averaged 22 points a game, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, was heading towards potential stardom. But you start to realize what type of player do you want to be in this league and what type of role do you want to have. And the way the brother has redefined his body, I could tell Keldon when I saw him in person at the Mavericks game and the way he's been rebounding, the way the energy he's brought, he understands what to bring to the second unit. When him and Dylan Harper come in the game, there's no drop off. They bring a different type of energy. Kelvin's been timely with his shooting, but his rebounding and his defense has really picked up. I want to give him some. Yes. A lot of people aren't giving him credit right now, but Keldon Johnson, salute to you, sir, because he's been in every trade package. Right, everything.
I never get. Vassell is in every trade package for me because if you get somebody else, there's no room for him. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even a shot at Vassell so much as like, dude, if you get one more person who can score, I don't know what we do with you. I already don't know what we do with you because we got 3 guys when De'Aaron Fox comes back. So you're like, I that's for why Vassell's in all those packages because the amount of money he makes in there. But they keep putting Keldon. I'm like, Keldon he's a secret ingredient guy.
He's creating value without the basketball.
I mean, the amount of second chance points he has created himself alone this year should tell you why he's so important. The Spurs are playing Phoenix on Sunday. Not a very good Phoenix team. You hope they can go to 6-0 there. And then the big one will be Wednesday. They're playing the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see who's healthy or if they're just sticking.
Lucas should be back for that.
If it's just 18 white guys. It could be.
Hey, the Snow Time Lakers balling, maybe.
The Snowtime Lakers makes them sound like the Snowtime Cowboys. Different. And there wasn't Troy Aikman was the only white guy on that team. It wasn't that. But they had the White House. I told a friend of mine about the White House, and they were very disappointed. It's like, yeah, they used to have a house where they could take care of everything. It's like, what? Yeah. It's like, yeah. Because I think she had heard the story about Michael Irvin almost killing a guy in the locker room because he wouldn't get up for his haircut. It was like, oh.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, yeah. No, it was crazy. It was crazy. That's what you can be dressed as, is Michael Irvin at a barbershop. That is your Halloween costume. Very scary. You can put it out there. We got to get out of here. Steven, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Tell the people one more time in case they don't know where they can find all your stuff.
So much fun. Well, you can find me here first and foremost. This has been great. Thank you for having me the last couple of days. I've had a blast talking about this isn't work. This is fun. We're blessed to get to do what we do. But Fanatic Perspective on YouTube, Fanatic Perspective on all social media platforms, short form, long form. Like I said, talking Spurs, Texas Longhorns. Let's get a dub this weekend. And you can find me on Bleacher Report. I do the Bleacher Report post-game shows for the Texas Longhorns there. And very blessed to do that. And thank you for having me on again, Patrick. Thank you.
Appreciate you so much. Always fun when we get to have you on. Matt will be back on Monday, coming back from a wedding and the beach, so maybe he'll be drunk and we'll get Steven again. Who knows? But we'll see. We'll be back on Monday. Huge game for the Longhorns on Saturday. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great weekend. Hope you have a great Halloween. But remember to be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.